Good morning, everybody. Looks like we're waiting for a few more folks this morning before we get started. Glad you're all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed this morning. Hopefully you went somewhere and had breakfast since we're not providing it.
I really missed our conversations though, Maida.
Oh, a good dinner at a nice steakhouse is always a benefit. Or even not so nice. What was it last time? Pizza, I think. Yeah. So Liza Jane, I think we had I don't think, we had at least a couple of board members this morning who said that they had first thing in the morning daily calls that they needed to take. So I know we'll be missing Debbie and Ron at least. So I probably one more minute or so and we'll have our who we will likely have for the first part of this morning.
Well, remember that I've been challenged to keep a time. So, I'll give up maybe a minute, but we're going to rock and roll today.
I like that. Madam Chair, you start whenever you would like to.
Well, there's our minute. So I'd like to get started welcoming everyone this morning. I hope you slept well and ready for a good day. Again, I just want to say that it's although I get to sit here, my office is in the barn clearly. So I get to hear a horse snicker and have the ambiance of a barn. And I hope you're comfortable where we are, but it's so difficult to connect this way, and it takes concentration and effort, and it's difficult work we have ahead of us. But as much as we can, let's hang in there together and get this work done today. So getting that started, I'll turn it over to Jason.
All right. So I just want to echo what Liza Jane had said this morning. Jason Robinson for the record. Once again, just appreciate the board members, the members of the public that are watching today for joining us. We have a full agenda today. We have a lot of decisions to make in some very tough times. So we're going to try to stick as close as we can to the agenda today and hopefully keep some really good, meaningful conversation as we move forward through the agenda today. So we're going to start out today with board member comments, agenda item C. And so what I'm going to do is do a call down based on the screen that we're looking at right now. So Randy, if we can start with you for comments, and then I'll just work down and call each board member individually, if that works. Oh, I think you're still muted, Randy.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, sorry. Courtney has me permanently muted. First of all, you guys make a great team, and I love the TAC room background of Liza Jane. I don't have any comments. I am supportive of the staff's recommendation on this issue. So I'll pass to the next person.
Great. Thanks, Randy. Stephen. So you should be good.
Courtney, I think folks are thinking maybe you've got them. There we go.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yes, thanks. Well, I'll try and be brief. Oregon State University, like all other state agencies and all other universities across the country, is facing a lot of challenging times, and things are evolving on a day-to-day basis as they are pretty much everywhere. Let me start out with a few positive things. We have, of course, changed all of our courses to online courses for this current semester, and I think more so than most other universities, we were actually well prepared to do this because we have one of the strongest online course offerings in the country. And I think we had that mechanism set up so that the transition was not easy, but it was easier than perhaps many of the other universities across the nation, having the technology and know-how. One of our online extension courses in gardening, which normally has about 15 people, actually had 29,000 registered. So a lot of people are getting into home gardening. It went from a course charge and that to a free offering, and so that's a positive thing. Our proposals and funding operations seem to be going routinely. There's still calls for proposals and people can still write those proposals, and the support for that is still ongoing. But doing the research is very difficult. And of course, the campus is closed, and graduate students in particular are facing challenges, as are many of the faculty, in trying to get their research done. And there's been a lot of allowances made in terms of giving graduate students and faculty who are going up for promotion and so forth sort of an extra year of grace to do that. There is, of course, no travels allowed. The campus is closed. Only special permission to go in and get things in your office and so forth. There is a graduation this Saturday, a virtual graduation at 10:30, and that should be live for folks who want to see it. Ed Ray is our retiring president. Of course, most of you know of him or know him. Was to be the keynote during the normal graduation, but he will still be giving a keynote online. The campus is, like everyone else, is undergoing challenges about when to reopen. Right now, there's talk about reopening some courses on campus in late summer and perhaps in fall, with variety of things like masks required to be worn, no more than 50 students in a classroom. Otherwise, it needs to go offline or online, I should say. and a variety of things like that. That is a continually evolving scenario, as you all know. So that's you can go on our website. There's daily updates on the status of what's going on and a lot of planning. Budget-wise, the outlook is like everywhere is really challenging, even though the sort of the undergraduate enrollment status for fall for students coming from Oregon is pretty much online of what it's normally been, but there's expected to be a serious decline in out-of-state students and particularly international students for a lot of reasons. The budget outlook is not very good. There's expected to be somewhere between right now the estimates are $78 to $214 million shortfall. We're also under the same guidance as other state agencies to come up with a prognosis for a 17% decline in state funding. And there's been a lot of actions to try and save funds right now, you know, hiring freeze, salary freezes, travel is forbidden except for special circumstances and so forth. There's for regular faculty and students and non-classified employees, there's a certain trigger point that's been more or less agreed to. If the budget gets to a certain level, then salaries will be cut for faculty and staff across the board, and that's a progressive salary cut depending on how much salary you make. For those employees who are dealing more directly with services that are paid for, there's still a lot of issues going on with that. Those that take care of the dormitories, dining facilities that require and help the students who are there. With a lot fewer students there, those services are going to be really cut back, and it's really uncertain what that will mean to employment for those individuals. That's a real tough situation. So I think that's pretty much all I have. Of course, the number one, there's a lot of planning going on. The number one issue and criteria for all this is, of course, is safety of the students, the safety of everyone. And I think there certainly is a lot of effort to try and keep the students interested, keep them employed. A lot of graduate students in particular see their research changing in terms of what they're doing. They're concerned about delays in graduation, and you can imagine all of the difficulties they have to face. But anyway, that's where we're at.
Great. Thanks, Stephen. Any questions for Stephen? All right, great. Let's move on to Tony.
Hey, good morning. Can you hear me? Tim. For BLM, we are slowly reopening in accordance primarily with the local phasing of each county that we have a presence in. So some of our district and field offices are already entering phase 2, and are certainly have always been operating on mission essential functions. But into phase 2 now, we have a lot more staff coming into the offices. Obviously, our state office in Multnomah County is not yet open, and the vast majority of staff are teleworking and have been since mid-May, or excuse me, mid-March. And in particular, we are putting a lot of energy and effort into reopening rec sites, and that's a tremendous coordination effort with state and local governments. There's a fine game going on to make certain that we don't have one entity opening recreation sites without other ones in nearby proximity opening, thereby causing everybody to go to one place. So there is a lot of effort going on in the rec site reopening. The unimproved areas have remained open on the entire time, and certain campgrounds. So these remain a challenge and are not yet open, but most of them have already started reopening, as well as river permits and other things along those lines for recreation. Our field season has absolutely been impacted so far. A lot of our spring, early summer activities simply didn't get off the ground because of COVID, and worries about bringing in outside crews into local areas. That was a big concern. So we are absolutely continuing to do mission essential functions. Our budget, we do have a budget allocated for the year. And so we continue working on mission essential functions that were identified by the Department of Interior, and are now slowly starting to work into all the rest of our other ongoing activities. And I think I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Thanks. Any questions for Tony? Okay, let's move to Molly.
Just a second. Hello. Oregon Department of Environmental Quality, who I serve as the liaison with this board, has been continuing much the same way OWEB has during the COVID crisis. We've moved most of our meetings, public meetings, into this type of YouTube Zoom space as well. So business is continuing as much as possible, as everybody has adapted both to the stress of having to rapidly transition to work at home in those spaces and conduct the business of the agency. It too has taken many precautions to try to help slow the transmission of COVID. Certain things like the vehicle inspection programs were suspended since that was a tight and closed space that had a high risk of transmission. Those extensions or that window and transition of that type of activity is coming to an end, and it is expected that vehicle inspections will start opening up again as normal at the end of this week. So things are starting to transition and open up with clearly a lot of attention being paid to workers' safety and public health safety as we're all trying to navigate this new normal. Many things are still continuing to go on. One of the things that will intersect with this agency is the very dry topic, but important, which is database management. So there was a new database management system that will allow for electronic data organization, collection, and synthesis at DEQ, and that is moving forward. And that connects into OWEB's water quality permitting, many of the OWEBs and things like that that all the agencies require. So it's nice to see that things are still moving forward. It too is facing the same type of budget crunches under the governor's orders, and so not a lot of certain things to report right now, other than the work is getting done, and they're doing the best they can under these circumstances.
Great, thanks, Molly. Any questions for Molly? All right, Mark.
Hey, good morning, everybody. For the record, Mark Labhart, ODF&W Commission Representative. First of all, I want to thank Tom Stahl at ODF&W for helping provide some of the information that I'm going to present today. So I appreciate, Tom, you providing some of the information I'm going to talk about. The department does have some lottery funds, not like OWEB or state parks, but they do have some lottery funds and have taken reductions there. They've curtailed hiring of seasonal research and monitoring field staff on the fish side of the agency. Some research projects have been postponed or adjusted, and the amount of status and the trend of monitoring in Western Oregon for salmon and steelhead and their habitat will be reduced through the rest of the biennium. In the marine side of things, marine-related and coastal fishery sectors experiencing significant economic impacts from the global pandemic and are expected to receive $16 million in assistance from Coronavirus Aid Relief and Economic Securities Act, the CARES Act. And Ed Bowles has been put in charge of that by Director Melcher to identify the process for securing those funds from the coastal fishing sectors. So you'll hear more about that as that rolls out, as Ed completes his work. Wildlife areas, most of those have reopened now to the public to overnight camping. Hunter education classes are back on and they're resuming, but most offices are still closed and much of the work is still happening remotely. But plans are being made to reopen those offices to the public, so stay tuned for that. Now, the climate change policy the commission was going to deal with has been delayed. It's not delayed too much, though. We're going to, at 1 o'clock today, begin hearing about that at a commission meeting. We're holding a workshop at 1 o'clock today. So I will be probably going off at 1 today. Our plan is to implement that at our July meeting, hopefully. The Rogue South Coast Multi-Species Conservation and Management Plan has entered its public stage for development with multiple meetings occurring with 2 stakeholder teams this winter and spring. The draft plan may still be able, hopefully presented to the commission by the end of the year. So they're on track with that. ODF&W has started some podcasts now. So if you aren't aware of that, you can get online and see their podcast. It's called Beaver State Podcasts. And it's where various people, the director, other staff members, and others talk about complex and interesting fish and wildlife management policy issues and topics in a conversational mode. The wildlife underpasses under Highway 97, which is south of Bend, is the Gilcust one is complete. They need to do the fencing projects right now. And it's pretty interesting because OWEB has contributed some funding to one of the previous projects there. And the vehicle wildlife collisions have reduced by 90%. So it benefits both the insurance industry, your car, and the wildlife species. And then last but not least, I think it was yesterday, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service announced something pretty cool, and that's an endangered species went off of the endangered species list. And for those of you who don't know, it's called the borax lake chub. And U.S. Fish and Wildlife has said they're after enduring successful conservation efforts by a number of different agencies, federal, state, and local partners. The Fish and Wildlife Service announced that they will no longer list the tui chub as an endangered species under the Threatened Endangered Species Act. So that's some good news. We got a delisting. And that's it, unless there's any questions.
Any questions for Mark? All right, great. Thanks, Mark. Jamie.
Well, hi, everyone. Jamie McLeod-Skinner for the record. Hope everyone is safe. Good to see all your faces. Our thanks, of course, my thanks personally to the great OWEB team, staff and board and everyone who's working on issues. I really appreciate your efforts. Just want to say, yesterday joined the call late and was via phone, so wasn't able to comment, but listened to the complete conversation and really appreciate all the comments folks made, agree with the questions raised for today's conversation. The only thing that I would add to that and look forward to the conversation with regard to the land trust discussion is really a focus. It really comes down a lot to the details and how we move forward and making sure that we look at opportunities for how we're evaluating projects and thinking that through. And then also the details that really focus on our interdependencies. It really is striking me more and more the opportunities to think about how we're hearing and listening to folks, really bridging some of the divides we've traditionally seen and making sure we're incorporating an understanding of the concerns and issues that people are facing in order to move forward so that we're both incorporating, protecting species and land, but also hearing from the folks who are impacted by some of those decisions and listening to our neighbors to make sure we're incorporating their concerns in the conversation because there's some very real issues that folks are facing and making sure that's part of our thinking, part of our conversation. Otherwise, the big picture, hoping everyone is safe and we're looking at some of those details in this new reality that we're in to make sure we're keeping people safe, but also rebuilding our economy and looking at those opportunities to build a more equitable and sustainable economy as we move forward. That is potentially the silver lining to this pandemic, that it's identified things that either we didn't see before or we weren't paying enough attention to, and as we're incorporating some of those solutions and some of those creative ideas into how we can build for a more more sustainable economy and reality that we're looking at. But looking forward to today's conversation, and thanks everyone for all the work.
Great, thanks, Jamie. Any questions for Jamie? All right, great. Barbara.
Well, good morning, everybody. I am your liaison to the State Board of Agriculture, Barbara Boyer. ODA, we have our meeting next week, so I don't have much information to bring forward. The information I gather today, I definitely will bring to our board meeting next week. ODA and OWEB collaborate on so many different areas. And as OWEB, ODA has learned how to pivot. And Director Taylor has said she never thought she'd be doing just strictly COVID-19 work right now. And she's learning a lot and is trying to keep the agriculture sector still viable and sustainable. So with that, I don't have much more to report. And I'm really looking forward to today's conversation. And I just want the OWEB staff to know that we are here to support you. You're doing great work, and just hang in there and just know that we are here to support all your efforts. Thank you.
Great. Any questions for Barbara? All right. Thank you, Barbara. Bruce.
Good morning, everybody. Well, I was excited after our last board meeting to get started on climate action. And I will report now that the Climate Committee, which has not met yet, has gotten off the ground crawling. And I'm still looking forward to our first meeting coming up. There has been some outreach and some preparatory work being done. And for that, I'd like to thank Renee for doing pretty much all the heavy lifting. For decades, I've heard people say, why can't government operate more like a business? And I've watched how OWEB is dealing with COVID, funding issues, all the challenges that are coming forward, paying particular attention to their staff, their customers, their mission. And if this is what it looks like for government, I think now we should start asking, why can't business operate more like government? Thank you.
Thanks, Bruce. Any questions for Bruce? Thank you. Meg.
Thank you and good morning. I want to echo Bruce's comments about the way the agency is dealing with the incredible challenges that have been put in front of it. I just think you're all doing a great job with that. The state is dry everywhere from extremely dry to moderately dry, depending on where you are, to maybe not so dry, also depending on where you are. There have been drought declarations already, mostly in Southern Oregon, Klamath, Curry, Jackson, and Coos County, I think, and expect more to come. The only other thing that I wanted to report on is recent developments in the Klamath Basin that involve the Water Resources Department, which of course, as is every state agency to a greater or lesser degree, dealing with COVID challenges and incredible budget challenges. And what I wanted to report on is that Oregon law provides that if users on essentially a shared water source, a ditch or a reservoir, or whatever, can't agree on correct distribution, they can request the Water Resources Department to take charge, quote unquote, of the source. And the Klamath Irrigation District petitioned the Water Resources Department to take charge of Upper Klamath Lake. And an Oregon court agreed with the petitioners that the department was required to do that when requested by the Klamath Irrigation District. And so the department is in the process of trying to execute that charge. And it's extremely challenging because Upper Klamath Lake is a reservoir that goes across a natural stream setup, basically. So the complexity of distributing water in a situation like that is extreme. And to the point that the first issue is how much water is actually being stored in Upper Klamath Lake versus how much is natural flow. So the department is engaged in an investigation right now to try to make that determination first and then distribute water according to that. I hate to use the word determination because it's not an adjudication, but to its decision-making, its findings basically about how much water is stored, to distribute it to the Klamath Irrigation District. This is all brought on by the fact that the Bureau of Reclamation, which owns the storage right in Upper Klamath Lake, has been, and according to the petition, would continue to release some water downstream for other purposes than irrigation. It's a federal agency and there are federal listed species up and down the river. So it manages the dam, the Link River Dam, not necessarily just for irrigation purposes. And the petitioners would like to see it managed for irrigation purposes. So it's a heavy lift in the middle of a pandemic, basically, for the department. But they are forging ahead, as always, and doing what needs to be done. So that's all I have to report.
Great, thanks, Meg. Any questions for Meg? All right, Brenda.
Thanks, Jason. Brenda McComb for the record. Just a few things to report from the Board of Forestry and ODF. I guess maybe the first place to start is with board appointments. There were 3 people put forward and nominated by the governor to serve on the Board of Forestry to replace 3 members whose term is expiring. The Senate Rules Committee pulled that slate of candidates yesterday. There was no official statement of why that happened. So the 3 people whose terms are expiring will continue to serve on the board until their replacements can be found. The Board of Forestry met last week virtually in its second virtual meeting and covered a few topics. And I'll just hit the highlights here. The first deals with the fire season, upcoming fire season, and how ready ODF and other agencies will be for the upcoming fire season. As you can imagine, there are concerns around how to fight fires in a way that safely protects the workers in this COVID pandemic. And then also, you know, the budget situation being what it is, what will the fire season hold and how much money will have to be spent to fight fires this year. And then finally, the use of prescribed burning this year has been curtailed quite a bit simply because of health concerns around the COVID pandemic. The board did vote unanimously on a different topic to accept temporary rules for protection, streamside protection in the Siskiyou region. Those rules would be consistent with the rules that are currently in place for the rest of Western Oregon. That decision was the result of an MOU that was developed between the environmental community and the industry community and brought forward to ODF and the board. And so that's a significant step in streamside protection in that region for the time being, and additional work will be done through the Board of Forestry, through this group that developed the MOU and the legislature. We also talked a bit about the state forest annual operations plan. There's been constituent concerns regarding the progress that the state has been making on their state lands in terms of providing income, especially during these strapped financial times, to communities on the coast, but also concerns around the loss of complex forests as a result of forest management. So there's continuing debate going on there. And then finally, we received updates on a number of different human resources and financial dashboards that are being created by the agency to allow board members and others interested in agencies' ongoings and be able to get more real-time information on human resources and financial information, which might be particularly important given the concerns that are being raised across all state agencies now and financially as we face pretty tough financial times. So with that, I think I'll just close and say that you know, the work of the board continues. We hope that we have a slate of candidates that the Senate Rules Committee will vote on in an upcoming session, so that the people who have served for quite some time now can take a much needed break. So thank you.
Great, thanks, Brenda. I see Alan, do you have a question?
I do. But the question isn't for Brenda, it was for Meg. My hand was raised for Meg, and so if I can backtrack just a quick second.
Yeah,
Again,
go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, no worries. This is Alan Henning, representing EPA. Meg, I just want to bring it to your attention that DEQ recently established a temperature TMDL for the Klamath subbasin. And it's a lower Klamath subbasin in Oregon's part of the Klamath Basin. So just wanted to bring that to your attention because it's important on the state's ability to meet the TMDL on how water allocation happens in that particular area. So if Water Resources if they haven't connected with DEQ yet, it might be a good thing to do at this particular point in time. That's it. Thanks. Thanks, Jason.
Great. Thanks, Alan. Randy?
Just a heads up regarding Brenda's comments. This morning, ProPublica, which some of you may read, released a 40-page investigation article on forestry management in Oregon. I haven't read it, but I'm sure it's going to receive a lot of attention locally. And so I just wanted to alert people who read ProPublica occasionally. It's a free publication. Thanks.
Great, thanks, Randy. Well, Alan, why don't we go ahead and go to you now for updates.
Okay, just a couple of things. EPA is in fact going through phase 1 of the reopening process. 6 different regional agencies within EPA are going through that process. Unfortunately, Boston Region 1 was starting to go through that process, but with the increase of cases, they've essentially stopped and they're on hold right now. So it's going to be a very dynamic day-by-day process, but phase 1 essentially is that folks can come in, get things, and they can work at offices, but it's not recommended that they do. Their folks are actually staying at home and working most of the time, but for the last 2 or 3 months, the offices have been completely closed down. Nobody's been able to come in and get things to work on at homes or other locations. So this is opening things up just a little bit more, and we'll see how it goes and then go into phase 2 if that's likely. At the national level, EPA just recently passed new rules on 401 certification. 401 certification under the Clean Water Act provides states an opportunity to comment and provide input on federal actions, federal projects that are going on, whether they're dam removals or dam installations or other types of federal actions. 401 cert allows the states to have a say in that. The rules that were recently passed on June 1st by EPA, narrows the scope of what the state can comment on, and it narrows the time frame in which the state has to comment on a particular project. The agency's overall intent is to keep the focus of 401 on water quality impacts and not have an expanded comment or narrative on a variety of other things that over time have come into place under 401 cert. So again, that rule was put into place on June 1st. I suspect we'll see challenges in that rule. Locally, I do, as folks know, I work out of DEQ's Western Regional Office in Eugene, and there has been an opportunity for me to work at the office, and so that's where I have been working. My focus over the last few months, as I've mentioned before, has been on the Willamette Mercury TMDL, and we're wrapping things up on that now. After we are done with the public comment side of that TMDL will be passed over to the state, and the state will begin implementation on that TMDL. Jason, I'll leave it at that.
Great, thanks, Alan. Any questions for Alan? All right, great. Gary.
Okay, everything's going. Thank you, co-chairs, and staff and all the board members. And this is part of the meeting I enjoy, hearing what's going on around agencies and for different people. I don't have much to comment on here this morning, other than like your place sales, people are scrambling. I guess that this is probably one of my biggest concerns is this organization here, because a lot of the other things that are happening here in Eastern Oregon are more tied to just the local effects of weather and market and agriculture and all the things that are involved with that, which is not greatly probably as deeply impacted as the other areas of the state. So, but it is troubling to see OWEB having to go through this situation right now. But as you know, as I hear things from Mark and Bruce and others that the positive things are going on, the borax lake chubs delisted and the vehicle strikes with wildlife are down. You know, that's I like to look at those things and see the positive that's maybe coming out of this. That you know, this is it's somewhat like a drought that we're going through right now. Is that you know, it's it's kind of quit raining money down on us, and it's a sudden and dramatic event. But you know, the main thing is we come out of this on the other side that the resources are intact and the people are, and we learn some things from it. And I think that's very possible that could happen. We watch for those good things and the lessons learned. So that's all I have.
Great, thanks, Gary. Questions for Gary? Okay, Liza Jane.
Thank you, Jason. I think I have 2 minutes. So Um, let's see. I'm representing the board as the public at large, so I get to talk about anything, I guess. And I would share that I'm, a member of the NOAA Fisheries Columbia Basin Task Force, and we are just in the process of wrapping up our phase 2 report and expect the draft to be out mid-July and completed by September. So I kind of like in the process right now after, it feels like 4 years, it might only be 2, but when you're on an airplane and everybody's kind of quiet until you get about 15 minutes from landing, and then everybody starts talking to each other and some really great conversations can happen. And sometimes you think, gosh, I wish we would have started 2 hours ago. Or sometimes you think, oh God, land this plane. But I think that's where we're at in our process. And it's really interesting. It's valuable. And people are really talking about some important things. And because it's such a diverse group, there's huge value in that. So that's been a great process. I want to tell you a little bit about things happening in agriculture, especially food production, which I'm involved in, is really interesting, frightening. In meat production specifically, the pinch for processing is causing some real difficulties. And I hope that will be a lesson learned as we move forward, besides getting garden seeds and baby chicks, that we also resolve some of those meat production issues. On the 6th Ranch, we just completed a 160-acre juniper reduction, and it's right along the river. It's phenomenal. It's really, people are really seeing that. We ended up hiring a crew out of Salem, and they did a 3-year project in about 6 weeks. It was like a bunch of bumblebees up there. I think they had 30 chainsaws going and just like through there. Just on our property alone, it's estimated that those juniper were taking up 300,000 gallons of water each summer. So we are excited about that water maybe being available in the Wallowa, and the grasses and shrubs, snowberry, I didn't even know existed. The juniper was so thick, I didn't even know that was there. And it's been set free, and it's really, really a great project. So that was funded through NRCS, and there's 4,500 acres available for that project here in Wallowa County. And I see that as real positive change as well. So gosh, I talked 2 minutes too long, Jason, but I look forward to today and getting some really good work done. So thank you.
Great. Thanks, Liza Jane. Any questions for Liza Jane? All right, and I just have a real quick update from the tribal perspective. Once again, Jason Robinson for the record. Much like the federal agencies, tribes have been facing some significant closures and other issues associated with COVID-19. Many tribes are now in their reopening phases. Most tribes are following local, state, and federal jurisdictions, and as they roll out their phased openings. Some of the biggest challenges associated with tribes is that because of their businesses were so impacted, and a lot of their revenues, many tribes' revenues are surrounded around casinos and gaming. Many of the tribal casinos closed. And so there's a disproportionate impact. And so as part of the CARES Act, there was a specific set aside for tribes to provide not only for business grants and loans, but also to provide for tribal membership needs. And so a lot of tribes are starting to allocate those funds and get those out and distribute those to the tribal membership and try to uphold and prop up those businesses as they start to reopen. So other than that, I did want to mention that we received notice last week that one of our longstanding legislative commission on Indian Services, Commissioner Charlotte Rodriguez with Burns, passed away. And so if we can just give just a quick second as a moment out of respect for her, that would be much appreciated. All right, thank you very much. And with that, I'll turn it back over to my co-chair, Liza Jane.
I did find out it's Ron Alvarado is on the phone. Jason, he just sent me a note to let me know. So he's on with us, but just by phone.
Okay, great.
And I think could provide an update. I'm not sure, Courtney, if you'll need to unmute him.
Ron, can you hear us?
Maida, can you tell me what Ron's phone number is, or type it in the chat box for me?
It was up, but it went away. I'm not sure if this is the. Are you not seeing him on there, Court?
I don't, but I wonder if he's accidentally an attendee instead of a panelist.
Okay, 503. 705. 0557, and he
okay
just sent that. So
yep, I'm moving him. Okay,
And just for those watching, all comments and concerns can be directed to Ron now that we have his number. So
I'm gonna delete that part.
Okay, Ron, you should be able to talk now.
Okay, well, good morning, everyone. Sorry for being a thorn in the side here this morning. I haven't been able to make it onto Zoom yet, so can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Just quickly then, I know we have to move on, but I just wanted to let folks know operationally, like EPA, we are moving into phase 1 in terms of our field offices across the country. Every state has been working things a little differently based on their local conditions and whatever the governor's plans are. So other states are probably further ahead than Oregon, but we have, along with FSA and RD, have opened. I want to say 3/4 of our offices, and what all that means is that we're allowed to increase the number of employees in the field offices up to 10, along as they can maintain social distancing. We can work with our customers on an appointment basis, but even so, we have been open since this all began a few months ago, and it was all based on our maximum telework, where our employees have worked with our farmers and ranchers, with maximum flexibility for them to get out to the farm and meet up to wherever they need to meet up to get the work done. So, we have been providing that technical and financial assistance, helping them implement anything that they have under a Farm Bill contract. We've been there to help them implement that and implement conservation. We'll have to maintain this status in phase 1 for at least 2 weeks. We'll see how things go before we go to phase 2. We do have to get approval to open by our national office. So it's not an automatic, and we do base our decisions on a dashboard that we use that's county by county. And so things are being monitored to ensure that we're not moving too quickly. So in terms of our state office, Multnomah County is in a different situation. So we're on maximum telework in our Portland office. However, we're available and doing our best to learn all these new tools that we have. They've actually been pretty good to work with, and have allowed us to continue our business. So with that, unless there's any other questions specifically for NRCS, I'm just going to go ahead and end it there. Thank you.
Ron, this is Courtney. I've sent you a new email for the Zoom invite. So if you try hanging up and coming back on, I will help you get set up correctly, okay?
Okay, I do have my laptop with me, and I can.
But there's a phone number too,
I
just to get you set up correctly. So.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Yep.
Thanks, Ron. All right, Liza Jane.
You need to unmute, Liza Jane.
Woo, okay. Thank you. Really enjoy, like Gary said, the board member comments, kind of hearing what's going on in your world in relation to OWEB and your agencies and places you live. So thank you for all that. Moving on to agenda item C or D, which is our April minutes. Hopefully everyone's had a chance to look at those, and the chair would entertain a motion to approve.
Liza Jane, Jason Robinson for the record. I will make the motion to approve the April 21 virtual meeting minutes.
Second.
Okay, the motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor signify by doing what?
You have to unmute and say aye.
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 Okay. Hearing nothing opposed, so that motion passes and the minutes are accepted. Thank you.
Thanks, Liza Jane. We're going to move on now to agenda item A, which is our 2019 to 21 budget projections and spending plan. We're going to have board action on this. There's several different motions that you'll see as draft motions in your handout. And so I'm going to turn over to Maida and Renee.
Maida, anything before I kick off?
I did have one logistics item. If folks could fill out their travel vouchers and get them to April, that would be great before the end of the meeting. Other than that, Renee, go ahead.
Thanks for that, Maida. For the record, Renee Davis, Deputy Director. So we will revisit agenda item A1, which we talked through at a high level yesterday. So we're starting here because we do request that the board take action on adding in the Pacific Coast Salmon Recovery Fund resources into the spending plan for this biennium before you go into the spending plan rebalance. I'll also be talking with you about your hoped for approval for receipt of funding from the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission for some work in the Middle Fork John Day. So I did hit on the key pieces of the PCSRF funding yesterday. I'll reiterate those, go into a bit more detail on one piece, and then probably pause there, open it up for any PCSRF specific questions that you might have before we talk about the PSMFC funding. So each year since 2000, OWEB on behalf of the state of Oregon has applied for funding from NOAA Fisheries for PCSRF funding. We've received over $250 million as a state since that time. This year for federal fiscal year 2020 and the competitive solicitation that NOAA released, we did propose a $25 million request for the state. Our applications are submitted and developed and submitted in coordination with Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. And the funding request really does span a whole host of different actions that we are requesting funding for, ranging from on-the-ground restoration to land and water acquisition, funded not only through OWEB's programs, but through, for example, ODFW's screens and passage programs. Also resources for important monitoring work, primarily that's carried out by Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, and also design TA work. So the work that really is getting to the necessary and precursor design in preparation for restoration projects. So we learned about a week and a half ago, almost actually going on 2 weeks, that NOAA had made some decisions on the federal fiscal year 2020 funding. They offered $15 million to the state of Oregon, which is the same amount that we received during federal fiscal year 19. So we are sustaining and doing quite well in terms of competing well in that competitive process that does cover a number of Pacific states ranging from Alaska down to California, and also a host of different tribal partners throughout the Pacific Coast area. So one question, or actually I think clarifying point that Maida hit on yesterday, and I wanted to just underscore this. So we are receiving $15 million during the federal fiscal year 2020 PCSRF competition. In terms of how the application is structured for the priority one work, so this is the on-the-ground restoration, acquisition, design, TA, OWEB is slated to receive just about 8.67 million of that. So Maida did provide some clarification yesterday. 15 million sounds like a big number. Why maybe aren't we adding more even into the spending plan? So just wanted to help you all understand that we do divvy up that $15 million across a number of different programs, including OWEBs, but also important priority one implementation programs at ODFW, and then also monitoring that's carried out. So I think I'll pause there, see if the board has any questions about PCSRF that may have struck you since we talked about this topic yesterday. And then I'll touch on the action that we're asking you to take, and then we can talk about the PSMFC piece of this particular staff report.
Okay, questions from the board? All right, I'm not seeing any hands raised. Oh, hey, Jamie.
Sorry, and I know this was touched on yesterday, but the question about the match, given that it's tied into the lottery funds, are there any concerns of us not being able to meet our obligation on it?
We hit on that yesterday. Jamie, thanks for the question. We are not concerned about meeting the 33% match requirement. We have run numbers, and because this is a 5-year grant, we do have some time to essentially make up. Given the challenges that we're facing now, we do have the ability to use future lottery revenues as part of that match. I mentioned yesterday, we, through the entire time period that PCSRF has been available to us, we have provided additional leverage dollars above and beyond the 33% required match. We did decide for this particular application to downward adjust those to a lower amount than we have provided in previous years, just to be prudent and safe and not present NOAA with any surprises on those leverage fund amounts later.
Thanks. I just wanted to get that comment on this in this conversation. Thanks.
Yeah.
Great. Thanks, guys. I have Barbara and then Randy and then Liza Jane.
So on page 2, the first the top of the page, it talks about PC SRF funding held in reserve. What is that amount that's held in reserve right now?
Barbara, and I may ask Cindy to chime in here also, since I know she has called in. So Barbara, it depends on how our spending looks for the previous years. If memory holds, I think that we have anywhere from 3 to 4 million in previous PCSRF years, but that also, I guess, is pending rebalancing from some of the earlier years that we may have overspent, and we need to reconcile dollars on before we close out those federal fiscal years. So Maida, Cindy.
Yeah, I just asked Cindy to unmute my, and I think maybe she is, or Courtney, you may need to unmute her. Yeah, I think basically what we're asking you guys to put in this time is nearly what was in reserve. But again, I'm not sure if Cindy's able to unmute herself or not, or she may have stepped away from her desk, but I think that's my memory as well, is it's about 3 to 4 million, and we're asking for you guys to put in 3.5 million.
Okay. Randy.
Randy Labby, Public at Large, for the record. Renee, I haven't seen anything in the paper. Is there any indication in Salem at what point the lottery reopens and the state's reopening overall?
I can speak to that, Renee, if you'd like.
Yep, go ahead.
So lottery, the video lottery matches with the bar and restaurant opening. So as bars and restaurants opened, they had to get approval. Every place had to get specific approval from lottery if they had the 6-foot spacing and all of the requirements met. So there were a set of requirements they had to meet. But as bars and restaurants have opened, lottery is opened, they just are not, in many cases, able to have as many machines there, or they have to take up more space in the restaurant for those machines to exist. But they are back open at this point in time at a reduced amount, depending on which area of the state you're in.
Thanks.
Great. Liza Jane.
I just have one more question about match, just Liza Jane for the record. Is there any consideration, is it always cash match, or in these cash short times, is there any talk or consideration about in-kind match instead?
So Liza Jane, that's a great question. We historically have provided cash match, but we do also communicate out to NOAA in our application and in describing both that combination of the required match and the leverage funds, the very important in-kind contributions that all of our local partners around the state are receiving from their local partners, from landowners. So that is part of the conversation. We work hard to make sure that in terms of the required match, we can provide that in cash form, but certainly do point to that as a piece of the leverage.
Great, thanks. Any other questions regarding the PCSRF funding? Okay, seeing none, I think we can move to the next discussion.
Great. Okay, thanks. So we will now move to the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission request. So this is on page 2 of staff report, item A1. So this funding is focused on the Upper Middle Fork John Day intensively monitored watersheds. For those of you who have been around for some amount of time, you'll remember hearing about this multiple times. So this is a long standing. We're in year 12 of this IMW. It's part of a regional network of IMWs that is supported with funding from NOAA Fisheries that is passed through Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission, PSMFC, not only to partners in the Middle Fork John Day, but around the Northwest to essentially have paired restoration and monitoring. So really taking a long-term look across a broader geographic scale of what the results are that are emerging from important watershed restoration work, with a specific focus on salmon and steelhead populations, their habitat, and also incorporating water quality. So as I mentioned, we're in year 12 of the IMW. You've actually heard about, from kind of a different angle, some of the work that's happened in the Middle Fork John Day. So for example, in Sue Greer's region, there have been a number of restoration projects and actually technical design projects that the board has helped to fund in that area. And that is part of that important restoration work that is foundational to this IMW, oftentimes in partnership with the Confederated Tribes of Warm Springs, but also other partners in that area. For the last several years, PSMFC has provided nearly $300,000 to the Middle Fork John Day IMW to support a host of different types of monitoring activities. They have agreed to provide the same funding level again to support this ongoing monitoring spanning from late 2020 into 2021. It does incorporate work by a set of partners from Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife focused on fish and habitat monitoring, the North Fork John Day Watershed Council, and their focus is primarily on stream flow, also water temperature monitoring and macroinvertebrate monitoring. And then also, as I mentioned, the Confederated Tribes of Warm Springs are part of that partnership, helping with both gauge station maintenance to ensure that we have those important flow measurements, and then also serving in somewhat of a coordination role around things like website support, so that the findings from the IMW are able to be communicated out. And so the request to you all is to simply approve receipt of the $291,000 from PSMFC in support of the Middle Fork John Day IMW for the coming year. So I will stop there, see if you have questions about that ask before we move into motions for both PCSRF and PSMFC.
Great. So I see we have Mark has a hand up.
Well, I guess Courtney or Renee might have just answered my question. So yeah, because these are two separate fundings and two separate motions, I was wondering if we should have approved the first motion because it's completely separate of what we just talked about. But guess we can do two motions at two different times then, that's fine. But I just wanted to make sure that we weren't overlapping here.
Thanks,
Thanks,
Mark.
Mark. Other questions? Okay, not seeing any other hands.
Well, this is Mark Labart for the record. I will move regarding PCSRF funding. I move the board approve receipt of PCSRF federal year fiscal 2020 funding for inclusion in the current and future OWEB spending plans and utilize a combined total of 9.5 million from the fiscal year 20 award and previous PCSRF awards for the update to the spending plan. And then before we get a second, I'd just like to, hopefully somebody from NOAA's on the phone or at least listening in, to thank them for their support of this efforts over the years. This has been hugely beneficial funding that's provided some really good things for Oregon.
Great, thanks, Mark. So we have a motion on the table by Mark. Do we have a second?
Second.
Brenda second. Any further discussion? Okay. All those in favor, please come off mute and say aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you. Motion carries. All right, we have, do we have another motion for the second motion?
Randy Labby for the record, public at large. I move on PSMFC funding. I move the board approve receipt of federal fiscal year 2020 PSMFC funding for the Upper Middle Fork John Day River IMW totaling 291,000, and delegate to the executive director the authority to distribute the funds through appropriate agreements with an award date of July 1st, 2020.
Great. We have a motion on the table by Randy. Do we have a second?
Second.
Meg, second by Meg Rees. Any further discussion? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay. Motion carries.
Thank you.
All right. Maida.
For the record, Maida Lofsgarden, I'm gonna just two pieces. One, I'm gonna go back to the budget because we didn't have a chance for a real dialogue or conversation yesterday, just was updating you. So I'm gonna just go back and open up the slides and not re-present, but see if you have questions as I kind of highlight the topic areas for the slides. And then we'll move from there. That A2 is not an action item. We just want to make sure you're clear and understand the budget. Then we'll move on to item A3, which is the spending plan. So let me just open up the budget real quick. Hold on just a second. All right, it should come up now. All right, and are folks seeing the presentation, full screen presentation? I think you should be now. All right, so again, what I'll do here is just pop through. Oh, I'm sorry, I actually opened up the wrong one. Give me just a second. I need to stop sharing that. You're not ready for that yet. Let's see. One more time. Oh. All right, here we go. Sorry about that. I was so much better at this yesterday. I swear I am almost there. Give me just a second. All right. So jumping back through the slides again, I'm guessing you don't have, we'll just, actually, Jason, I'll look for you to keep track of hand raises on your end, because I don't have the full view to see. But I don't think you have any questions about the stay-at-home order. I'm going to move to the next slide. We've talked previously about the revenues and expenditures, the fact that we're at basically a kind of a zero-sum game right now in terms of our budget, how much we've spent and how much we've received to date. This was leading up to the revenues that we received in May. So I'm going to move to the next slide and see if, I'll just pause here and see if anybody has questions about the revenue forecast and the following slide around what we had assumed originally at 33 million, what the reductions are in the best and worst case scenario, and then the new totals. So Stephen?
Yeah, I just had I know these things are extremely tough to do. You're trying to predict a lot of things, including human behavior in terms of how, I mean, there's issues like potential second waves. There's issues of, as you all know, there's maybe a rebound effect for people who haven't been able to use the lottery, might need to make up for lost time. Is there, what sort of flexibility and contingencies do you see in this? And I know it's going to be probably updated daily, but do you see a lot of variability in this? It might help to, when it gets to the discussion of next steps, what sort of, how rapidly do you see these projections changing?
I am fairly confident. And my uncle is an economics professor, so I'm in really bad ground here if he watches this YouTube video. I am fairly confident based on both the revenue forecast that came out in June and all of the calculations that we and Parks and Lottery and the Chief Financial Office were running, that this is the range. That really our best case is going to be about $15 million and our worst case is going to be about 8 million. That said, the reason when we get to the spending plan that we are proposing you only spend cash in hand is because of that variability. So it doesn't make sense to plan for either an 8 million or a 15 million. It doesn't really make sense to plan for something right in the middle, which is what we would normally do, is say, let's shoot for the middle, because it is so incredibly variable. And Steve, as you caught, there's two things. There's a rebound effect of people showing up, which we're hearing that's happening a lot, but we don't know for sure. And then there's the potential rebound of the virus. The best case scenario is there's no rebound of the virus and we can't have as many lottery machines in those bars and restaurants as we used to. So that's why it's still down even in the best case scenario. The worst case scenario assumes a winter rebound of the virus. And so again, these numbers are here to show you that the variability is huge. And so we will recommend that we're just going to operate off of what comes into the checking account rather than what we think might come. We already know in August that it will be a fairly minimal amount that we receive because lottery was shut down for all of April, all of May, and in some cases into June. So we do know that that number is going to be lower definitely for sure. And then we'll just have to see after that.
Okay, thanks.
Yep. All right, I'm gonna move us along to the next. So this is the slide yesterday where I walked through what you actually have in your checking account to move forward. So we paused on all of our funding. That 13.3 million is a mix of things. It was a little bit of recapture, which is when a grant finishes, doesn't spend as much money as it thought it would. We recapture those funds. There's some recapture there. There is the money that had been committed. So through things like governor's priorities, through things like the strategic plan priorities, through things like focus investments, small grants. So there's a range of things that had been committed, had been delegated to the director to award, but we had not awarded them yet. So it's a combination of that that gets us to this 13.3 million in your checking account. So be clear that that 13.3 million includes money that you had committed already. It just hadn't been put into a grant agreement. And so that's when we get to the spending plan, we'll talk about how we then are proposing to reallocate that, those funds. In May, you received into your checking account $7.7 million. That was 92% of what we normally get in a quarter. Again, lottery was only shut down for 2 weeks, so that revenue was pretty good. And then the $9.5 million you just approved for PCSRF. You get 4 more distributions. They come in August, November, February, and May. And they, again, this big range, they are reduced in our estimation by somewhere between 3.7 and 6.2 million each. That's a rough average because again, we know the hit is bigger in August and we hope will be less in November. If there's a second rebound of the virus, our February and May may be back down. So it's not like consistently you're going to get that amount. That's just the range. So I'll pause here, see if there are any questions on this. Okay, so that leaves you when we move to the spending plan with $30.5 million in the spending plan. And then, oh, Meg, you had a question?
Yes, thank you, Meta. Can you go back to that slide for a minute? The one we were just looking at?
Yeah.
This one, yeah, I think I'm seeing that each of those future distributions we should expect to be reduced by 3.7 to 6.2 each. Is that right? That's what, yeah. Okay, and so, but what is how does that can you translate that into a positive number, or is that just not possible at this point?
So let's make this slide before I did that gives you all 4 distributions. Your new
so these are the, okay.
Yep.
In each one of the distributions?
No, that's your total.
That's the total, okay.
Over the course. Yep.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
All right. So I do want to again speak to our operations budget, and this is always for me the tougher part of the conversation, given that we have such an incredibly tight OWEB team. But our operations budget is in the same situation, and we operate the same way on cash balance. We don't operate like general fund. There are 3 state lottery, state parks, and OWEB. Lottery can operate in a bit different fashion, but so 2 natural resource agencies in the state system, parks and OWEB, that are in a pretty tough spot. About 3/4 of our money comes from Measure 76. So our cash balance is really important. Same thing on the operating side. We have a beginning fund balance. We had the same thing. Our May distribution was near normal because we used some of that checking account. Best case scenario, we would be at 67 or 2/3 of our budgeted revenues, and worst case at 55% of budgeted revenues. We are very hopeful that we do not hit that worst case situation. We do think that, again, with the beginning fund balance, that we will stay closer to that 2/3. But what that does is have a very big impact on our staffing and our ability to move forward grant programs at the level that we would normally move them forward. Also, and we'll talk about this with our committees and again in September, that impacts our ability to do big, bold initiatives with committees. It impacts our ability to work with the governor's office on things like water vision and climate. All of those things are impacted because at the core, what we do is get grants out and make payments. That is the engine of the agency. And so as we are in a space where staff, we are working to move staff to other places, we do not have the capacity, both on the granting side and on some of the other initiatives that OWEB has been a leader in the past. So a couple of things that we've done there. We are trying to increase funding. So the Food Security Farm Worker Safety Program that you'll hear about later is one of those where we are bringing in money to support staff. We are actively seeking any other federal or state programs. So agenda item O today, Courtney will be talking to you about some funds from the Bureau of Land Management that, while do not fill our revenue hole, bring in small pieces of money that would help us as we are distributing grants on their behalf, and hoping for some stimulus dollars that also might have some administration tied to them. We have reduced costs around contracts, board meetings, rent, vehicles, and then we are in a space of working through the process of staff reductions as well. And we'll have an update for you when that's final. Really hoping to be able to shift staff to other agencies and positions where they are not in such a budget situation as we and Parks are. So questions about the staff side. And I've got up here on the screen what I walked through yesterday in terms of the impacts of staff reductions as well, which I've just talked about. But any questions about the operating side of the budget? Alan.
Yeah, Meta, again, this is Alan Henning for the record. Do we see that the 5 staff we've moved to the Farm Worker Safety Program will be able to return to OWEB? I know that's all funding dependent, but have we lost those 5, or is there an opportunity to bring them back?
Alan, it's a good question, and we are still working through the details. At this point in time, the 67% or the 1/3 reduction is the equivalent of 11 staff. And again, what we are working on are what are the different ways we can get to that equivalent. So at this point in time, I would say I don't have a specific answer for you on that. And again, we're working through the details still. But as a staff equivalent, it was an equivalent of 11 staff, which included those 5. And hopefully we will have different or news for you guys, or different options that we are looking at that we'd like to see how they come to fruition before having a final answer for you.
Meta, I appreciate that. And I think that point is really, really important, because if we're looking at best case scenario at 67%, that represents 11 staff. The operations program is connected at the hip with the funding program, with the grant program. And without these people, we really have to, it seems like we really have to take a conservative approach on what we're spending and how we're spending it, because the staff make it happen. And if we don't have that happening, if we don't have those folks and the ability to make that happen, then we really have to be wise in where we're putting money, so that reduces the load on the remaining staff as well. But I know we'll get into that discussion later on. It's just a very key point coming from what we're looking at, the best case scenario and the losses occurring under the best case scenario, or potential losses.
Yeah. And I think the equivalent goes, and again, Alan, we are incredibly hopeful we're never in the worst case scenario, but that gets more dramatically more impactful in the worst case scenario, because you have fewer and fewer months to be able to make up that difference. We are hopeful, and Cindy on our staff is working really hard to reduce every other single cost, so that again, if we're operating with cash on hand, we can extend that as far as possible, and really hoping for the best case scenario. And again, so I would say, yeah, it is an 11 staff or equivalent on the staffing side. So we had hoped to have final information about that before this board meeting. Conversations are just taking longer, and we want to give them those conversations the space to happen. But it will not change the amount of funding that we have to reduce by. It will, and the impacts to staff, the impacts to OWEB will absolutely be real. Jamie, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, and it's tied into that, and some of this is I'm towing the line here on board involvement versus the management piece, but I guess let me just make a reflection. I really appreciate Alan's comment, not just the potential loss of expertise, but also that team dynamic, which is something that's so phenomenal about OWEB. But I'm also thinking about the folks who are remaining, the additional tasks and pressures that will be on them. And so again, I understand this is more of a management discussion on you and your team, but is there anything we as a board can do to support staff during this time? And also, are there other resources? I mean, I think of the additional, not just workload and additional tasks taken on, but some of the additional just pressures on staff right now to try to be doing so much more with, fewer resources. Are there other resources that are available to provide additional staff support during this time? And is there something we can do? Again, I appreciate I'm towing the line here in terms of board involvement policy versus the management side of it. So I don't want to go across that line, but I do want to open up that question. I've heard other board members reflect as well. Is there more that we can be doing to support you and your team during this time, and the folks who've been a great part of the team that may be within that 11?
Yeah, Jamie, I appreciate the question. I think first, and as I said in my email to you all last week, I think first keeping them in your thoughts is huge. This is an amazing family, an amazing team, and it is a struggle to watch this, and it is a global pandemic. And so I think just what you all are doing and being really intentional about thinking about the staff and the impacts, because it is very different for parks and OWEB in particular than it is for other agencies. And so that in itself makes it tougher. We are actively seeking, so to your point about additional resources, we are actively seeking any funding, even if it does not keep staff working on OWEB things. For example, the farm worker program you'll hear about later, that brings in money to keep those staff employed at doing what they do best, which is running granting programs. And I'm so excited for you to hear what they're working on. That takes them away, of course, from the work of OWEB, but we don't have the funding to keep them in those positions. And so we are actively seeking the BLM funding Courtney will talk about. We are having conversations with our federal partners daily, weekly, to see if there are other ways that we can bring in dollars. It is a challenge, especially without a stimulus package specifically. And then on the other side, I think the place where you all can be helpful is in that understanding that if, again, the equivalent of a third of our staff, understanding that some of those big and bold things that we were really hoping to kick off this year, we had high hopes on the water vision across the state enterprise. We are putting a pause on that conversation. So that's not just an OWEB thing, really working to figure out what are the foundational elements we can continue to build. But some of that big, bold component of the water vision, we're going to have to hold until after the next biennium or into the next biennium to see what funding is available for that. So I think if you guys can be helpful, the staff is type A overachievers. And so we as managers are trying to work through that set of functions. And there are things we're going to be saying that we just can't do. It does not help us to take all of the things that 34 people were doing and try to transfer those with a third of a reduction, whether it's in time or in staff or some other approach. It doesn't work. That's not fair to any of the staff. And so there are things that we'll be saying we just can't do, and really making sure that what we focus on right now is the machine. I also think it gives us an opportunity as a board and as staff to really reimagine, we hope to be back to the staff levels that we were at as we move forward. And in a time of change like this, it gives us the opportunity to also reimagine what we want to look like. And so giving staff that space to work on the core things that are most important so that we don't overwork staff, that we keep them in a place where they can manage their workload, and we can work with you as a board to think about what there are efficiencies we're going to learn through this that are going to help us. There are things we're going to learn that we have amazing expertise at that we might want to look at more broadly. So hanging with us and being understanding, I think, is incredibly helpful. And if you want to write a check to OWEB, I can give you some dollar amounts as well. You're more than welcome. We can accept funds. I was joking about that just for those on YouTube, but we actually can accept funds. Any other questions here? I do want to make sure to move us over to the spending plan, but any other questions that you all have on this? And thank you. I really appreciate the thoughtful questions that you guys have raised.
Maida, I have a question.
Yeah, Liza Jane.
This is Liza Jane. For those 5 folks that were moved and their workload, is it just set aside or has it been added to another staff member? What's happening with those chores?
We are working through that as we speak. There were things, and this staff has been working their tails off on this new program. Eric will talk more about it this afternoon. But we have been working through that. There are a suite of roles that are being transitioned to other staff. So grants, we have grants that these staff were managing. Those grants, of course, then shift to other staff to manage. And we're working through that piece. For some of the other work that they were doing, it's a range of either we are saying, yes, we can participate as an agency, but it's going to be a reduced role. In places we were leading efforts, we're letting the other agencies know we won't be able to sit in that leadership role anymore, but we might be able to participate. In things where we were just participating, we are saying we may not be able to attend at all. And then also taking a look at where we can pick up some efficiencies through some of our online resources to make some of these processes a little bit more efficient. So it's a mix of things that we're looking at. And I want to give a huge shout out to the OWEB staff who are picking up those roles. They've been at every level helpful in trying to figure it out. And I think our challenge is going to be doing that in a way that we can manage workload as well. All right, so at this point, I'm gonna move us over to the spending plan now that you have the foundation. And open up hopefully this will go quicker. Let's see. Share my screen. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and walk through the rebalance part of the presentation. I put these pictures up here and on the last slideshow just to remind us that what we do is amazing and pretty powerful work on the ground. And so our goal on the grant side is that we keep doing that to the extent possible. There's this, you're going to be debating this question of how much money do we keep in our checking account and how much money do we distribute out to grants on the ground. And because there's a complete distinction between the grant fund and the operating fund. So constitutionally, grant dollars are used for grants. That puts that money out on the ground with grantees, doing projects that keep them employed, keep contractors employed, keep us doing the great work that we need to continue to do. And so as we thought through the approaches for you, our goal in every approach is to move the dollars out to projects in the manner that makes the most sense. And again, within the staffing constraints that we have. So this is the list of considerations. You see the staffing one is right at the top. We don't want to put something forward that staff can't manage. The second is we are saying please to the board, actually, we're not giving you an option that lets you use more than the funds that you have on hand. That is not typical. Over the last 20 years, we start spending in July. We don't receive our first distribution until August. And so it is baked into OWEB to assume the funding that's coming and spend on the plan, knowing that those revenues are going to come in. We've got not everybody is billing on their grants at the same time. And so you can operate that way. In this case, what we're saying is it's too volatile based on, as Steve noted, we want to stick with funds on hand. Prioritizing those projects that keep local staff working. You'll see that our reductions are targeted. There is not a one size fits all. I'll go into that later. There was a question at the last board meeting, in this time, do we need any new grants? We've had a great survey that our partners at the Oregon Conservation Partnership did. And really the emphasis that we got back from that is projects on the ground, restoration, technical assistance, those kind of projects are super important right now. Looking to next biennium, capacity, of course, continues to be important, but for this spending plan, there was not a cry for a new grant type that was critically needed. And we have 17 of them. So I think we've been responsive over time for the grant types that matter. Adaptable, so as funding becomes available, you'll have the opportunity to put that funding into specific areas. We are going to propose, and this comes to a question that was raised yesterday about the annual cycles. We're going to propose to you where we think you should put that money, and some hopefully good arguments for why, but it is adaptable as funding becomes available. Building in the PCSRF funding that you guys approved. One thing I'm going to call out and I'll talk about later is considering support for mergers. We already have a grant program that does that. So this is not a new grant type. We do think that based on the economic realities, we may have some entities over the next 6 months who want to seriously consider whether they might want to combine to share services. We would like to talk to you about putting some funding later into that pot to allow those conversations to occur. We've already had a couple of calls from local grantees who are interested in potentially merging, and we want to be able to support that. We did check with grantees on their ability to complete projects. So I mentioned this yesterday, all options consider the staffing shortages. So I've been asked that a few times from board members, and I so appreciate the question. We did not put something before you that we cannot manage from a staffing perspective. We will tell you if you're looking at some other options where you will hit up against our staffing challenges. We are proposing to fully fund the current grant cycle. I think that might be part of the reason we didn't have as many public comments yesterday, because we have the funding to be able to fund that full cycle. No additional annual cycle or cycles for annual grant awards. That includes weeds, monitoring, acquisitions. It also includes the partnership technical assistance. You heard that one raised yesterday. And I'll speak now. I know Brenda asked the question about, are we really saying 0 on annual cycles, or could we add funding in later? This was one of the toughest decisions that we are putting in front of you. We do propose, for 2 reasons, that you do not hold additional annual cycles. And that sounds harsh. All of these will be funded at 50%, which is exactly what open solicitation will be funded at as well after today, if you approve. And so one is that piece. The second is it will just take more money that you're having to put into your checking account to run a reasonable grant cycle in these areas. And so while you're building up your checking account for open solicitation, adding in cycles for these other means in a super limited budget cycle, you're going to have to add more money before you can hold those cycles. The third is the staffing piece. So we already have a grant deadline for our other open solicitation of July 27th. Those grants are coming in. Our grantees are applying for them now. We have virtual site visits set up with the staff that we have. And there is a concern about our staff capacity to kick up new grant cycles. So it's multiple reasons. It's not just about staff. It's also about the amount of money you'd be bringing into your checking account. Yeah, Molly.
So this is Molly Kyle for the record. I just want to make sure that I understand how this is affecting the mission of OWEB. By not taking additional cycles for annual grant awards, this is actually allowing more money to stay on the ground doing the work rather than in the renewal and management of the grant cycles, correct?
No, I thank you for asking that, Molly. That is not correct, because we cannot use the grant money for staffing. So this is about we don't necessarily have the staffing to actually run a grant cycle. And so in those 2 separate pots of money, but on the grant side, you have to build up a bigger checking account to run a grant cycle in these annual ones. And again, while the decision is incredibly tough, every one of those is funded at 50%. They all had their first cycle. It takes both grant money and staff time to gear up those additional cycles. And so we would just recommend, and it is hard, we would recommend not holding those. One option, and we don't have an answer for this today, but one option that I talked yesterday evening with managers about, because the question came up, is I think what we could try to do is in the next biennium, shift those next grant cycles sooner. So right now they don't come until April, for example, for the monitoring and the acquisitions, or until January for weeds. What we might be able to do to buy some space for those grantees is try to hold those cycles closer to the beginning of the biennium. So they're not waiting a whole year. They're not losing a whole year. They might just lose 9 months. And we don't have an answer for that today, but I would ask you guys to give us the space again to not fund them this biennium, but give us the space to come back to you with a proposal about how we might be able to fund them sooner next biennium, so it doesn't feel like as big of a pause for folks. And for some staff, that is brand new news. So staff, we will be working with you on that between now and September, if that's something that the board wants us to do. So additional grant cycles identified as funding becomes available, and then an option to add 2 pieces, and I'll talk about them in the spending plan for SIAs and organizational collaboration. Moving to the next slide, option A. So I'm going to highlight these and then jump. Oh, go ahead, Meg.
Yeah, thank you, Maida. I just want to make sure I think I'm treading old ground, but I just want to make sure I really get this. I think, are you saying that the annual grants have all been funded for one of the 2 years in a biennium?
Yeah.
And that, okay, and that we're just, what we're proposing, I shouldn't say just, what we're proposing is to not have the second round, but try to move up the opportunity in the next biennium if we can do that, if we can manage it. Basically.
If we can manage it, yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Now, a few of them I will say you are funding today. So their first round is.
Oh, right. Okay.
Some of them were back in January at different time periods, but yes, all of them at the close of today will have had one grant cycle.
Okay. I got it. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, so the first option, and I'm going to jump through these at a high level, and I will refer you, actually, the easiest thing for you to look at right now is at the end of item A3. There is, I'm going to hold this up, there's a table that looks like this. It has options A, B, and C. And so as you're looking at that table, what option A does is that many things we treat the same. And I'll come to those when I walk through the specifics. But this one, option A, fully funds the Focus Investment Partnership commitments you made in 2019. It puts small grants at 0.8. That's to basically get the budget to balance out, and is kind of the smallest amount for the small grant program. And it fully expends your checking account. So that money that goes to FIPS gets basically, it still technically sits in your account until they do a grant agreement, but you will have fully committed the $30.5 million. Option B, if you're looking again at that table, option B takes each of the focus investments and just, if they have not spent their money, whatever money they have left, because many of them have spent money, whatever money they have left is just arbitrarily cut in half for the remainder of the biennium. And again, what's a little awkward or odd here is some of those FIPS have spent all of their money already. Some of them have spent a large portion, some have spent a small portion, and that's just, it's kind of the space that each of them are in. It raises small grants to $1 million, and it leaves about 6.7 million in the board's account. So cutting those FIPS in half leaves your checking account with about $6.7 million. Option C, both option A and option B felt like they were pitting open solicitation against focus investments. And that is something that we really, really try hard not to do. We have to consider those two categories because they're the two biggest money items, right? So it really is this back and forth. And we also went back to that goal of how do we get the most projects out on the ground and give you a chance to build up some money for another grant cycle. So option C is a blended approach, fully funds, again, the current open solicitation. What it does under the focus investments is staff went and looked at what they thought those focus investments would be spending over the course of the fall and winter. So we're in close partnership with them. We know when their grant cycles are. We have a sense of what grants they might be moving forward over the fall. It puts that money out the door to them, keeps the rest sitting in your checking account. So it's money that normally would have gone to the FIPS, and has you able to open an open solicitation grant cycle a little bit sooner and fully fund the FIPS next biennium. So we think this is kind of the best combination, where we're putting money out the door for the focus investments. We're putting out money out the door for open solicitation. We're holding back in your checking account money that wasn't going to be spent in either case either. We've got another open solicitation grant cycle coming. It closes on July 27th. We do not have enough money in your checking account to pay for that grant cycle yet, but it lets you build back up to it. And so in option C, if you're looking, there's a right-hand column that says how much would be left after June. That's what we would tell you that you, basically what's left sitting in your account that we would add to as more money came in. And then as soon as we have enough money to run a reasonable cycle that's worthwhile for us and for our grantees, we would work with you to run that cycle and fund those projects. So again, the nice thing about that is those applications are already coming in at the end of July. And so we'll be ready as the checking account is ready. So pros and cons, option A, you fully fund FIPS now. You don't have to reserve for 21-23. Forward account is zero, takes you more time to build it back up. Option B, additional funding comes to your account sooner. You need to reserve funding for FIPS in 21-23 to make them whole. Option C is just again a blend of the two that is more nuanced. You need to reserve money for the FIPS, but it's not as high an amount as in option B. So before I jump into the summary, which I'm going to try to go through fairly quickly, I think we've been answering questions as we've gone, which I think is really helpful. So let me just pause and see if there are any questions about the overall, and then I'll walk through the specifics and just call out a couple of the places that where things you might have an interest or things are different. Molly?
So it sounds like you've had some conversations with some of the grantees in these, as you're thinking through these different plans. The question I have is, the original grant was based on a scope of work and a project. And so if we're going to be cutting funds to those projects, is there how does that influence, how does the grantee adjust their scope of work accordingly?
Yeah.
They had a budget. So within the conversations that you've had with grantees, how has that scope of work component been discussed?
Yeah, I want to be really clear, Molly. I appreciate the question. We are not cutting any money for individual projects. So a scope of work for a project stays, all the money goes. This is the money that they had for future grants. And we're just saying, don't do those grants yet. Wait, we'll give you more money in 21-23. So it does not, it extends the scope for the focus investment by more time, right? Because we're not giving them all of their money in this biennium. We'd give them some at the beginning of next, but it does not change the scope of individual projects. We've been trying really hard not to do. All right, I can see Jamie's hand raised, so I'm gonna jump to Jamie and then Steve and Mark. So Jamie?
Thanks, Jamie McLeod Skinner, public member at large. Two questions. First, on yesterday's public, I noted the weed grant amount is zero for all three options. And from yesterday's comment, there was a suggestion for some ongoing resources because it also tied into support for local economic development. So there was that piece of it, but it also struck me that if they're managing weeds keeps it from becoming a much bigger problem later. So just wanted to see if you had any thoughts or reflection on that request to that point. And the second question is, I know we're going to be discussing different projects in item L later today. Does option C allow a little bit of flexibility for that discussion?
Yes, to your last question, you have funding in your reserve in both option B and option C, if there's something that you decide to do there. Yeah, on the weed grant, I really appreciate the question. Again, I would say I will strongly encourage the board not to hold any of the annual cycles. It is the same thing that we have for the other programs, acquisitions, all of them. The question that was asked from the weed grant program, because all of them contribute to the local economy, all of them support local work. The question that was asked is, could we extend existing grants like we did with capacity grants back in 2012? Capacity grants are very, very different. They are actually for the capacity of the organization, technical support for the capacity of the organization. These are still project grants. And so just saying we're going to take a project grant and give them another year of it doesn't really, these are even though weeds are a continual need, I completely agree with it. These are still, this is how many acres we plan to treat, just like we're doing, this is how many acres we plan to plant in a restoration project. And so just saying that we would extend the existing grants, one doesn't let other grantees come in for an opportunity. And it really is a whole different animal. I appreciated the creativity and the flex and the thought, but it is a very different animal than a capacity grant.
Sorry, if I may follow up, and I didn't ask my question well. The concern around weeds is, does it become a much larger cost later if we don't maintain? So rather than, penny wise, pound foolish, whatever that expression is, that's more of what I'm trying to get at with the weed.
Yeah, Jamie, I completely appreciate that. And I think in all of these cases, you'll hear the same argument on monitoring. If we stop doing monitoring for a year in a 20-year monitoring program, we lost a year's worth of data. And so it is a tough challenge. And yes, I agree. We run into that challenge on weeds and we run into it on monitoring. And as the acquisition folks said, pausing our program on acquisitions requires a couple of years for it to get started back up. Every one of those has a challenge. And so, yeah, I would absolutely agree that these decisions do come with a cost, and our budget is just that tough. That we're asking you guys to make some pretty tough decisions today, I understand. I have Steve and Mark and then Alan.
Yeah, I just wanted to first say that under your considerations, your list of considerations that you put together, I think that was an excellent job. That is really some thoughtful thinking, I think, and I really think you covered all the bases on that. And I know this is a difficult time, but I think you really looked at all of the possible things that are there. The one thing that I was wondering about, and sort of follows up on the questions we're talking about, is the word timeliness. Are there certain things that could just be put off because they're not, they don't need to be done now? They could be put off in another year, and mainly along the lines of the small grants. Is that a consideration in terms of the small grants, that maybe a 1-year delay would not make a difference?
Yeah, I guess, thank you for the question. And you know what, I'm going to pause because you guys are starting to ask questions about specific grants. So let me keep the questions here. Steve, I wrote down the question about small grants, and I apologize because I answered Jamie's and I'm not going to answer yours, but I'm worried we're not even going to get to those. So I'm going to hold the small grant question. I would say just broadly, Steve, in response to your question, I think when we consider grants generally, timeliness is one of the factors we take in. Is it ready? Is it ripe? Is it timely right now? So I do think that that's already kind of baked in to the process, but I'll talk about small grants when we get there. Let's see, Mark, and then I'm not sure who is after Mark.
Okay, thanks, Maida. I want to say some words here. You correct me if I get any of this wrong, but in option A, at least for the public that's watching, it gives somewhat of the impression when it talks about fully funding things. Option A needs to be interpreted that it does not fully fund. It is already a cut. And so it's just a matter of level of cuts that we're dealing with in option A, B, and C. Option A doesn't fully fund us where we are. It funds us with a significant cut. And, we just talked about some of those: weed grants, partnerships, a number of different things on that chart on attachment B. So
yeah, Mark, I would give one amendment to that. It does fully fund the FIPS.
okay. Okay,
Yeah.
so that's the only thing, but it isn't, it's a cut. Option
It
A
is
is a significant cut.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you for that.
And
Yep.
then option B, I would summarize that. It kind of splits the baby, giving half roughly. And then option C is the most conservative approach that leaves options open for the future and leaves about $4.7 million available for future solicitation. Is that fair?
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
That's absolutely.
Okay, thanks.
Yep. Okay, Alan, and then Debbie.
Alan Henning for the record. Maida, have in option A, well, actually in all the options were, well, no, not in option A, but on option B and C, where there's extended funding or delayed funding for FIPS. Are we looking at extending the grant life for those FIPS that where they can't do all they had planned to do within the time frame that had been set up initially?
Yes, Alan, we would be extending their time period, particularly for those who are ending at the end of this biennium. We would be extending, and then if they need an extension down the road because we've kind of backloaded the money, yeah. We would.
Okay, good.
All right, Debbie.
Hi, excuse me, Debbie Holland for the record. I actually lowered my hand. I was just following up on Jamie's comment and your answer, so thank you. Okay,
all right. So I'm gonna move us then into the spending plan options. So my next slide here. So I'm just gonna call out where things are largely different. So for example, again, what we did in open solicitation, you'll see in option A, that is exactly funding what we have this grant cycle. So the 7.897, that's what you got this grant cycle. As Mark mentioned, that gets you to half of the year. Same thing with technical assistance. If you look down that list, all the way down to land and water acquisitions, I'm going to separate out small grants, all the way down to land and water acquisitions. Option A is just you fund this grant cycle and then you're done until we have more money. And then there are places that we propose that you would put that additional money into, which are in option B, you put more money into restoration, technical assistance, stakeholder engagement are the areas that when you have additional money, that's where we propose that it go. That's also where we're putting it right now. So you've got 6.7 million. This is one of the areas we propose that you put it into. Option C, that 4.7 million, we've placed that into a future cycle for restoration, technical assistance, stakeholder engagement. And so that's, you'll see that we commit that whole 30.5 million. In all three options, we commit 30.5 million. In option B and option C, we are placing that additional money, that 6.7 and 4.7 million, into specific line items to get you ready for a future grant cycle. You still won't have enough money to run that future grant cycle. We're going to have to get more money to put into those line items in order to actually have enough funding to run a future grant cycle. CREP technical assistance, it's already spent out. That's why it's 0. In monitoring land and water acquisitions, you'll see ending at the 4.75 million in all three of those, so, or 4.75, 1.753. That's what you have right now or what you've already spent for water acquisitions. Weed grants, we are proposing 0 there. That the reason it's 0 all the way across is their grant cycle was held last January. Small grants, we do have a range, and I'll speak to Steve's question. We actually think these are some of the ripest projects. The small grants are quick. They're quick to turn around. They don't take a lot of work up. They absolutely take work, but they are some of the ones that working with a landowner and a contractor, you can quickly go out on the ground and do. And so we would actually say these are some of the most timely projects, pretty small dollar amount, and it keeps those landowners engaged. Plus, these are grants in more than anywhere else, sitting in every part of the state, whereas the others are specific grants that have already been approved. So it lets some of that money flow across in small grants statewide. And then we had a funding for quantifying outputs and outcomes that would be zeroed out as well. So I'm going to see if you have any questions on this page before I jump to the next page, which is the FIP, Focus Investment Partnerships.
Nita, this is Jason for the record. Just a quick question. So as you talk about staff resources and looking at small grants under option C, so I think the way I understand it too is as you start looking at small grants, they're more efficient in terms of getting them on the ground. They're smaller dollar amounts. You've got a team set up already in place to review those. So in terms of staff support, would you say that it's a lot lower OWEB staff support for small grants and you get a pretty quick return on the investment?
We have amazing staff support for the small grant program through Kathy Leopold, so I would not call her lower. But yes, we have small grant teams who are just excellent. They do that review process. We don't coordinate the review process for those grants. So they are, there's a lot more grants, which is why we have Kathy dedicated to work on those. But they are not as much of a resource intensive in terms of review teams and things like that.
Great. Thanks, Maya.
All right, I saw another hand pop up. Was that?
I think it's Gary.
Gary.
Thank you, Bailey. Gary Marshall for the record. While we're talking about small grants, maybe you could just clear one thing up here for me in the narrative between option A and option B. The option A calls for small grants to be reduced to half of the spending plan amount, less the $350,000 bonus. Option B calls, this proposal calls for increasing small grants to half of the spending amount, less the $350,000 bonus. Can you explain to me what the difference between decreasing to half and increasing to half is?
Yeah, I think it's probably just what I typed. Is the difference. So thank you for that. It is, so basically the difference, again, we're removing the $350,000 bonus, and the difference is in the first option to get you to basically to zero out your budget. That's where the 0.8 million came from. Option B has a little bit more. Again, the board proposed amount or the unspent balance was 2.5 million. So in the first option, it's quite a reduction from that unspent balance. Option C brings us to slightly more than half. Option B, slightly less than half. So it was more just looking at what we thought would be reasonable options, but I think it was just my wording. So apologies for that.
Thanks, Maida.
Yep. All right, I'm gonna move us to the FIPS, and I've explained this at a high level, so I don't need to go into the details specifically, but again, option A is fully funding, so that is the dollar amount. Option B is, that's the dollar amount left that you had awarded. So again, you'll see some of them are zero because they've spent all of their money. Option B takes whatever remaining money and just, as Mark said, splits it in half. And option C, again, is more nuanced. So you'll see, like for the Deschutes, it would be about half, a little bit under half. Whereas if you look down to the Upper Grand Ronde, it's nearly all. And in some others, it's zero. And so it was really based on what we understand those focus investment partnerships to be spending this fall and winter, holding back those funds to run a open solicitation grant cycle sooner, but fully funding them in the next biennium. All three of these zero out our focus investment effectiveness monitoring, both from a staff capacity perspective and just making sure that we can focus the dollars in other areas. So this is one area that across all three, it is different than what's above. We are proposing to zero out that amount for the remainder of the biennium, moving forward on the projects that are already funded. Questions about the FIP section? Jamie.
Yeah, just because there's some dramatic difference, especially with the shoots. I assume there were conversations with these organizations so that it's not, they'll be able to continue some of the activities, and it's not going to, sometimes cutting something in half makes it impossible to do the whole. And I know you touched on this a little bit generally in your opening comments, but just to confirm on an area by area basis or a region or a focus investment, a FIP area by area basis that each of these with each of the options B and C, or at least option C, that it allows them to still have some whole projects.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. In both cases, absolutely allows them to continue to have whole projects. I will say that's why we prefer option C, is we know, there's a grant cycle coming up in August for one of them. There's a grant cycle coming up in September, and our staff works so closely with these partnerships that they just have a good sense of what's coming. So option C gives us, again, a little bit more space to say, hey, we actually needed a little bit more than half, or we don't really need as much as half. So yes.
Thanks.
Alan?
Yes, Alan Henning for the record. Maida, under option C, where we commit making the FIP funding whole in the next biennium, under worst case scenario, what % of the budget would that represent?
About, I'm going to run an assumption. Darn it, Alan, I have to pull out my calculator, but I can do this really quick for you. So I'm running this with the assumption that we're at about 16% down next biennium, which is what the revenue forecast says. So it would represent, oh, I didn't do that right. 4.7. About 5% of the budget, but part of the thing we're asking you guys to do at this board meeting, I should have said this before, is back off the new FIP solicitation for at least until next year. And so that is going to buy, that's going to buy us a year of not having new FIPs. And so we actually feel pretty comfortable in both cases that what you would have built into the budget for FIPs, you can use a portion of that to fill the existing ones.
And you said 5% of the budget?
Yeah, about 5%.
It seems like it'd be a lot more, but maybe not.
No, because our budget next biennium would probably be 86 million, and we're talking about 4.7 million.
Okay, all right, very good.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Tony?
Hey, thank you, Maida. Can you talk a little bit about the loss or zeroing out of effective monitoring for focused investments, and what that kind of looks like, or what the real change is?
Yeah, Renee, do you want to speak to that?
Sure, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, so
oh, Renee, you
Tony, for the situation here, we've asked, yeah, I'm having,
you're back.
I'm on the wireless. Okay, Courtney's trying to communicate with me through the door. So just raise your hand, Maida, if I freeze again. All right, maybe I'll go off video. Let's see if that helps. Okay, so raise your hand, Maida, if you lose me again. Okay. So Tony, would definitely have an impact for the first and second cohort of FID, the results chain process as part of their strategic planning. This allowed them to have some supplemental monitoring funds available to them after working with Bonneville Environmental Foundation to complete the results chain process. So this would limit their ability to fill monitoring gaps. The reality, though, is that in this very strained budgetary environment, and recognizing that the FIPs do have other monitoring resources available through their standing focused investment partnership allocation, that this was a logical area to cut, but recognizing the impact that it would have to the second cohort of FIPs.
All right, so I'm gonna, if that answered your question, Tony, I'm gonna go ahead and move us along.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so, okay, a few items here. Capacity grants on the next were already funded at the beginning of the biennium. You saw in your written public comment a lot of support for capacity grants. What they're talking about is next biennium, making sure that you continue to prioritize those. The statewide organizational support was supposed to be at $250,000. We are proposing $175,000. That's for the conservation districts, land trusts, watershed councils. They are providing some critical services for us right now and helping to make sure that grantees are connecting around coronavirus and distance working and a lot of the needs that these organizations have. So they are actually helping us, providing some resources to local grantees that are really helping our staff out too. So we are proposing a cut, but not to eliminate that. A big star by organizational collaboration. This is one, so we have two where we actually are proposing 0 right now, and we would like to come back to you with a dollar amount after some subsequent conversations. The organizational collaboration I mentioned earlier, those are the, we would like to really focus that in on those organizations who may have a need or a desire to merge during this time. This is a catalyzing fund that helps them have those conversations, bring in contractors to help them, because there's a whole lot of money and governance issues that come into those conversations so that they can do it right. Again, we are proposing 0 right now, but this is one area we would ask to come back to you with a conversation in September or just, September or December. And then partnership technical assistance, as you heard yesterday, this is one of those cycles that we are proposing not to hold a second cycle this year, but would kick it back up next biennium. All right, a few last items here. Conservation Reserve Enhancement Program is a contractual agreement with the federal government. We could put a pause, but a lot of the projects are already funded and we're just funding the follow-up cost share. So we found that it didn't actually save us much money at all to put a pause. And if we suspended the agreement completely, we would have to completely restart the program next biennium. So we are obligated to meet the federal match. It is they contribute 80% to our 20%. So it's a really good deal, and we just the logistics of shutting that program down are a lot more than what it would take to just keep it running. Governor's priorities is the next one. We are proposing here, we had about $100,000 investment to develop some tide gate engineering tools that are critically important for tide gate replacement on the coast. We were going to propose to 0 out this section completely, but what we realized is there is an additional 120,000 that is needed to wrap up that engineering work. It will help every tide gate replacement that we do here on out to reduce engineering costs. So huge benefit. We lose the benefit of the first $100,000 if we don't finish that project out. And so we are proposing to you that it's working with a local council who is contracted with an engineering firm. They're doing it to meet NOAA specifications. We think it's a huge benefit, and this is an odd one, but we think we lose more by not doing this than we would gain by reducing, fully eliminating the governor's priorities. Strategic implementation areas, given our staffing challenges both at OWEB and ODA capacity generally, we are also proposing to come back to you in September with a dollar amount for SIAs. We just did not have the staff time to have that conversation. And so we would like to come back to you with that in September, along with the organizational collaboration grants. So I'll stop, see if there are other questions from the group. This is the fastest we have ever walked through every line item in a spending plan.
Maida, I have a question.
Yeah, Liza Jane.
Liza Jane for the record. Can you just tell me why we would lose 100,000? Why we need to spend 120 to save 100, or however, what is that about?
It's a little bit, it's not that we would lose it, we would lose the benefit of it. So we are almost halfway through this design work with this engineering firm, again, that will basically do that basic structural design for every culvert that's attached to a tide gate, or that a tide gate is attached to. So if we don't wrap up that project, the $100,000 we've already invested has been wasted, because the product isn't there at 100,000. The product is there at 220,000. And so we've already put 100,000 in. The benefit of that product is completely coast-wide, and what we would have done is spend $100,000 and not received a product. So for us, this is, again, this is an odd one, but we think that getting that one to the finish line just makes sense. And it is a kind of a unique situation. I saw Mark had his hand up. He's very familiar with this as well.
Yep, just to elaborate on that, this is a really big deal. All the projects are a big deal, but this one's been going on for like 3 years. There's been meetings up and down the coast, that were extensive meetings working to develop relationships and partnerships with state government, federal agencies, Farm Bureau, dairy farmers, local groups. And this thing is got the potential of being a game changer for some really significant issues with tide gates up and down the coast that affects a lot of things. So strong support for moving this one forward to get this thing to the finish line.
I would say the other piece, Liza Jane, that I forgot to mention that it's helpful, it will lower the cost for every single engineering design we do moving forward. So the reason it's a game changer is it costs a lot of money to design those individual tide gates, and this extensive process that we're doing with an engineering firm for every project that OWEB does in the future is going to reduce our engineering design costs.
That makes sense to me. Thank you.
All right, any other questions? All right, so this is the tough place where what we are asking, our staff recommendation to you based on all of this conversation, and you heard this, I guess, actually, before we go there, let me pause. You all had a chance to look at the written public comments that we sent out to you last Friday. I think we've touched on many of them. There were questions about the weed grants, questions about monitoring, acquisition. So the annual cycles, I think, were a big question. Concern about your support for capacity in the future biennia. And then what you saw in the written comments, I think in the verbal, made me feel better that if somebody was recommending an option, they were typically recommending option C. And so I think our grantees are, at least those who commented that option C also was preferred. But I want to stop and see if you had questions about the written comment, and then we'll try and move you to a decision point. All right, so this is where we got to do the work to get you here, but you now have the hard decision. What staff is recommending is that we move forward with option C. And again, you'll see in option C where we propose to put that 4.7 million is in, the additional leftover is in restoration, in technical assistance, in stakeholder engagement. So those would be the three key areas moving forward. And then as you have additional money, we would put it into those categories. We would come back to you in September to talk about the organizational collaborative and strategic implementation areas. So I will turn it back to the co-chairs to see if we have a potential motion.
Great. Thanks, Maida. For the record, Jason Robinson. Once again, Maida, before we get into a motion, thank you for all the hard work that you and your staff have put into these. Very good representation of the team that we have here at OWEB. So thank you for all the hard work. So at this time, we will entertain a motion to approve one of these options.
This is Randy Labby, Public at Large, for the record. I move the board approve spending plan C, option C, as described in attachment B of the 2019-2021 spending plan rebalance staff report.
Okay, I have a motion by Randy.
I'll second that motion. This is Jamie.
Jamie, a second by Jamie. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Excellent, motion carries. Thank you very much. So we are now going to be heading into a 10-minute break period. Maida, anything else before we head to break?
I just a huge appreciation to the board. I know it's a short motion to make, but it really there's a lot that goes behind it. So I really do appreciate the board and your incredibly thoughtful questions through this process. But other than that, 10-minute break.
Great, thanks. So we'll rejoin at 10:30.
I'm sorry, I'm in a board meeting right now.
Hey. Right.
Oh, Maida,
Yes.
are we ready to go?
I think so, Eric. You're set.
Ready.
Okay.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. Hope you got to wiggle a little bit. We're at agenda item E, which is our focused investment partnership for the 21-23 solicitation. And Eric is going to update us and present this for us. Thank you.
Thanks, Liza Jane. Co-chairs, members of the board, for the record, Eric Williams, Grant Program Manager at OWEB. And this agenda item dovetails along with the discussions we've been having about the need to make alterations to our normal processes and programs for soliciting grants, and in this case, the Focus Investment Partnership Initiative in particular. You might recall that we have 11 current implementation FIPs. The first 6 were solicited in the 2015-17 biennium, and then another 5 last biennium, or in the current biennium, I should say. Because the solicitation process is quite lengthy and requires a lot of effort among organizations that are members of partnerships, to put the applications together requires quite a bit of review and evaluation from expert review teams, plus the involvement of the board's FIP subcommittee to interview candidate partnerships. We start the solicitation process really a full year and a half ahead of when funds become available. And so we had solicited an application for implementation FIP partnerships back in January with a prospective due date at the end of this current month. And as part of that process, we had required consultations from partnerships, and there were 9 partnerships that were thinking about putting applications together for this cycle. In the midst of those preliminary consultations, the pandemic hit. We paused our grant making and then received the revenue report in May that led to the spending plan options that you just addressed in the last agenda item. And given all of that, and knowing that whichever option the board chose, there would be a need to, in the next biennium, to try to make whole, so to speak, various aspects of the spending plan. And in that environment, we just didn't think it was going to make sense to continue soliciting for new implementation FIPs when we are either in the place of having to make the current FIPs whole or open solicitation programs whole, or both. And as noted in option C, there will be a need to make those FIPs whole when revenues are available potentially in the next biennium. So given all of that, we had sent a communication out to our prospective applicants to pause their work, because we know how much effort it takes to put applications together for FIP implementation partnerships. And we did not want them to have to put that kind of effort into an application only to then turn around and say, we don't know if and when we might have the board act on those applications. And so this item is requesting the board's approval, which is somewhat unusual for us. We typically don't have involvement from the board on solicitation deadlines. Of course, we do when the awards are made. But given the linkage here to the spending plan, we're asking the board to postpone the current FIP application deadline until at least next year, the end of June in 2021. If we do that, and we do realize enough revenue at some point during the next biennium to be able to award at least some funds to implementation FIP partnerships, we can, in effect, create a process similar to what we did the very first round of FIPs in the 2015-17 biennium, where the funds would get awarded maybe halfway through the biennium, and we would still be able to get funds on the ground for whatever new FIPs are selected in the next biennium. But we think that having them hold off until next June with their application submittal means that we'll have applications that are more current. We'll have time to develop and ripen and be more ready to implement than if we accepted applications now and then potentially waited at least a year to act on them. So that's our request today, and I'm happy to entertain any questions.
Are there any questions from the board? I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Eric.
I do see one hand up from Molly.
Okay. Oh, there's.
This isn't a question per se. It's more just a comment, which this seems just very prudent at this point in time, given the decisions that we just made. So more just recognition of thank you for the report, Eric.
Thanks, Molly.
Anyone else? Jamie.
Yeah, thanks. And this is, I appreciate the report and I appreciate the recommendation on this. One of the comments, again, that came up yesterday was that if some kind of scenario happened where we suddenly had an influx of all sorts of resources, this also actually ties to the decision we just made, that I assume we would, if we had an unanticipated influx of resources, that would allow us to revisit a decision like this one or another, just to say that, hey, now we suddenly have all these resources and we can staff up again and move forward. If we met that dream scenario, I assume we could relook at this decision and others as well.
We thank you for the question. Again, for the record, Eric Williams. We certainly can do that, Jamie. And what we would have to consider is what would be an appropriate timeline to allow time for folks to get their applications in, allow the time for that review and evaluation process, and allow time for the board FIP committee to have its interviews and make recommendations. But yes, we can certainly revisit it if the revenue catches up more quickly than we think that it will.
I guess this is Maida. I'm going to throw in a caution. Sorry, I'm going to throw in a pretty big, because of all of the things that Eric just said, this cycle takes us it takes us a long time to run a cycle. And so my only caution that I'm going to throw into that is this one stopping and restarting. There's a reason we put the earliest date would be June 30th next year, because we really believe that the earliest date would be June 30th next year. And so I don't know that I would be inclined to say we start something up like in January, because that messes with a lot of other cycles too. And Eric, catch me if I'm wrong, but I really do think June 30th of next year is the earliest we could do it. But I apologize, because we're probably having this. I am concerned about saying we could do it sooner than June 30th, given the incredible amount of work that this cycle takes, unlike other cycles.
Yeah, I think baked into the answer to that question is the best case scenario for staffing as well, because if staffing isn't back up to full staffing by that point in time that we think revenues are good enough to warrant a solicitation, then we wouldn't be able to do the work to put it together if we're not fully staffed to do that. So baked into my answer was assuming the best across the board with operating fund and grant funds, but Maida's right, we really would have to pay careful attention to the cycle, and based on what it takes, that is why we landed on June 30 of 21 as our best case scenario. I suppose there could be an even better than best case scenario, but I think it's highly unlikely.
No, thank you for that clarification. And it's understood that that this is a long process, and so it would just be the idea of starting a process. But I also recall us having a conversation a couple meetings ago about there's kind of a seasonal aspect to this as well. So thank you for that.
Thanks.
Thank you, Jamie. Brenda.
Yeah, thanks for that. Brenda McComb for the record. Just to confirm, based upon all the caveats I just heard from Eric and Maida, that it's very unlikely, but that if new monies were to come available, that these decisions could be revisited. And Maida was very clear earlier that land acquisitions would not be one of those, but is that?
Yeah, so
I'm still confused, I'm sorry.
Yeah. So I'm gonna just clarify, really, it is June 30th of next year. We really are not going, there is not a scenario that lets us run this any sooner. the position reductions that we have are for the remainder of the biennium in whatever mix that we're finally able to get to a good resolution on. But we did say June 30th at the earliest. And so I appreciate Eric is trying to be very helpful and give us a better than best case scenario. So I appreciate it, Eric, but I will say that the motion that we have, that it is at earliest June 30th, that lets our grantees understand the expectations as well. And they're, so I would say, Brenda, to your question, my answer is no, we would not be holding a cycle sooner than June of next year. And it fits in with all of our other grant cycles as well.
Thank you, Maida.
And Liza Jane, this is Jason. For the record, I'm willing to make a motion if we're ready.
Yes, I don't see any other questions. Yes, please.
Okay. So once again, Jason Robinson for the record, I move the board postpone the 2021 to 2023 focused investment partnership application deadline until at least June 30th of 2021.
Mark Labhart, a second.
Okay, the motion's been made and seconded. Take yourselves off of unmute, and all those in favor signify by saying yes.
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 Any opposed? Thank you. Motion passes.
Great. Thank you. So we're going to move now to agenda item L, continuation with Eric on the fall 2019 open solicitation grant offerings.
Great. Thanks, Jason, co-chairs, members of the board. For the record, Eric Williams, Grant Program Manager at OWEB. And this is agenda item L, open solicitation. And given our virtual meeting format here today, we are doing this in a shortened format than what you normally see. We are foregoing the individual region by region presentations in the interest of time. We want to shorten up our presentation and allow maximum time for your discussion. I will note, though, that we do have the regional program representatives on the meeting today, almost all of them. We've got Katie Duzick, Mark Grenbemmer, Liz Redon, Greg Cianella, and Sue Greer. I'll note that Kobe Menton is one of those staff that is currently temporarily reassigned to the Food Safety and Farm Worker Security Grant Program, and so is unavailable today. We are prepared to answer questions that come up for Region 5 grants to the best of our ability. Right now, I'm going to share my screen for a brief moment here. Bear with me just one second. Apologize for the technical difficulty here. All right, sorry about that. I'm operating with 3 screens and it's probably too many for me. So we're going to talk today about just the summary details of the open solicitation offering. Recall that these applications were received last fall, initially planned for board action in April, and then with the pause on granting delayed until this meeting. In terms of the applications that came in, you can see on this screen, we received 150 requests, totaling about a little over $18 million. And our spending plan target at the time was for a total of $11 million. And so you can see basically what the proportions of requests to funds available were for each of the 4 grant categories that we solicited. This is a reminder of our decision pathway to get to this point. First, we began, of course, with the application. For many applications, we have site visits conducted by the regional program representatives with members of the review teams. We then have our regional review team meetings to go through each application and evaluate them in accordance with the evaluation criteria. And you may have noticed in your board packets the series of bubble diagrams that contain those evaluation criteria. We orient our discussions and facilitate our review team discussions around those criteria, and you'll see the language from the evaluation criteria in those bubble diagrams appearing throughout the individual application evaluations that are in your packets. That process then leads to the review team, regional review teams making recommendations to staff about projects that they recommend funding and then putting them in rank order. Staff then take the recommendations from each of the 6 teams and draw a funding line based on that spending plan target amount, and then make that recommendation to the board for decision. And just to give some historical background on funds going through open solicitation, you can see over time from the beginning of OWEB's existence to current, the amount of funds that are allocated through open solicitation. And of course, the 2 white circles on the far right there are in some doubt here and subject to the reduced revenues next biennium. The regional review teams are comprised of mostly state, federal, and tribal agency partners. This gives you an idea of who those folks are that are part of our regional review team. And among the 6 teams, we have about 90 representatives from these agencies and organizations on the teams. And just looking at that, you can see that we have a pretty healthy cross-section of natural resource agencies that are providing the input that's resulting in the evaluations and the recommendations that you see in your board books before you. Summarizing the recommendations for this cycle, this chart gives you the breakdown by region and by application type. You'll notice right off that we do not allocate funds evenly across regions. We have never done it that way. We instead take the recommendations from the review team and then look across the state to capture the projects that we feel are best meeting the evaluation criteria that we have in administrative rule. And so you can see here these numbers that were reviewed by MEDA in the spending plan rebalance item for restoration, nearly $8 million, almost $1 million in technical assistance, about $250,000 in stakeholder engagement, and $1.75 million for monitoring projects. In terms of what those applications will result in, what those projects will result in, for the restoration projects, when you sum up the metrics for all of the recommended projects, this is what will be achieved by the time those projects are fully implemented. Pretty impressive numbers attached to restoration. For example, 88 stream miles open to fish passage, almost 8,000 acres of uplands restored, 52 stream miles restored within stream habitat features. So pretty extensive set of metrics. And as noted earlier, when we were talking about the Pacific Coast Salmon Recovery Fund grants that we received from the federal government, we are very meticulous about reporting these metrics back to the federal government, and they also feed into the reports that we provide for our programs as a whole. For technical assistance projects, these projects, if funded, will result in the following metrics: assessing 75 stream miles, assessing over 14,000 acres, developing 8 resource assessment plans, and 10 project designs. And lastly, I wanted to just mention that there were 2 written comments that you received in your packets on open solicitation. Both involve monitoring projects. One was from the Partnership for the Umpqua Rivers, offering that because their project was below the line, they would be interested in some sort of reduced amount for that project. And the other one was received from one of the partners on the Odell Lake monitoring proposal that was not recommended for funding. So with that, I will attempt to unshare my screen. There we go. And happy to answer any questions. And once again, we do have the regional program representatives online with us here to help answer questions that you have.
Okay, do we have any general questions for Eric or the team? Jamie.
Hi, thank you, Eric, for the discussion, especially about process. I have a process-related question that is was prompted by the projects, but not tied into a specific project. And during the opening comments, I think there was some conversation about the challenging times we're in, requiring survival mode now, but also providing opportunity to reflect on how we do business, how we engage in our work. And the possibility even, I think the quote was reimagine what we do. And so I wanted to ask a question about going forward in terms of a criteria and review process. And actually, this is also partially prompted by something that came up in our local, our regional ESD, where we are looking at allocating grants, much smaller, obviously. But we noted that our ranking criteria favor process rather than outcome. So I was wondering if we would have within the staffing resource we do have on an ongoing process, revisit and look at our review process, our current review process, to see if it either favors or disfavors entities. And, you know, especially, I often ask and look at issues around tribal communities being involved, and you noted in your introductory remarks the involvement of tribes, but I'm wondering if the processes that we use and establish in terms of our ranking and how projects get lined up for either recommended for funding or not recommended for funding, if there's an opportunity sometime in the next year to have a reflection, have a conversation with some of our key partners, and especially with some of our tribal communities, to ask if there's any opportunities for improvement in terms of how we review and rank our projects.
Sure, thank you, Jamie. Again, for the record, Eric Williams, OWEB Grant Program Manager. We're always open to those conversations, and I would say that the regional program representatives have those kinds of conversations pretty much continuously with folks on their regional review teams. Also, when we do our periodic review and make edits to our administrative rules through the rulemaking process, we have pretty considerable stakeholder engagement in those processes and involve folks that are involved in different aspects of the process, including applicants and reviewers, help us develop those rules. And so, for example, the restoration administrative rules that are referenced in the restoration bubble diagram in your packet, those were done a few years ago, not all that long ago. And we had some pretty lengthy conversations about how those criteria are used to come up with recommendations that end up in the evaluations. And the other thing I would note too about process is that when we put down on paper in an evaluation, we try to encapsulate the entire process that application went through in terms of review. And we try to make those evaluations as detailed and as clear as possible about the reasons why either a project was recommended, or if it's not recommended, what are the reasons that it wasn't recommended related to those evaluation criteria. And if the reviewers feel that the project could potentially be worthwhile, we strive to make it as clear as possible what kinds of things could be done to improve those applications. So I think that we have tried to capture that kind of input that you're talking about, Jamie, both on the front end through development of the rules, and then through the evaluation process itself with review team members. And as mentioned earlier, we do have those ongoing conversations with review team members about process. And As a matter of fact, last year, Mark Grenbemmer undertook an effort to set up interviews individually with each of his review team members to get the kind of input that you're talking about and see how they're feeling about how the process is working in terms of what comes out the other end.
Great, thank you. If I just may follow up, and I really appreciate that. And this ties in very much to the thoughtfulness and the consideration that goes into so much of the work of the OWEB team that I'm just so proud to be a part of. I would just say that during this rather unique time we're facing in many aspects, and our D&I charge from part of our mission statement, and also in our not mission statement, but our strategic plan, is that challenge to reach out to non-traditional partners. And so just and it's not really you know, I just want to make the comment, and this is more of a comment now and a question than rather a question, but just to really potentially explore options for reaching out to folks who are not currently at the table and making sure we're engaging people in a way that we may be caught in a rut in some things, or just used to doing things a certain way, and just kind of reopening ourselves to exploring those opportunities to engage more potential partners, and especially non-traditional partners. But thank you for all the work you're doing. Appreciate that.
Thank you for that comment.
Great. And Eric, for the record, Jason Robinson, real quick. And Jamie, I do want to flag that comment too about tribes. I think if there's an opportunity for us to reach out to tribes and get more feedback on the review process, that would be great. And so I'd like to see if we could set something up, you know, behind the scenes to have more communications with tribes and just check in and see how the review process is going for tribal related projects. So appreciate that comment, and thanks for bringing that up.
Yeah, this is Maida. Thanks again, Jamie. And I think, you know, Eric did a really great job of describing how we get feedback. And I think all of us want to make sure that we're not missing things that we're not conscious about. And so I think, along with Jason, I think glad to take that conversation and see if we can do some special digging in there to make sure that our processes are reflective of what they should be. So thanks for raising it, and I'm glad to continue that conversation.
Great. All right. Do we have any other general questions? Liza Jane.
Thank you, Jason. This is Liza Jane. I have a question about the stakeholder engagement projects for the Willamette. Is that appropriate to ask now?
Absolutely.
Okay. It seems like a lot of money to get people together to talk at this time that we're in, and then the concerns from OWEB staff seem to be that maybe stakeholders were left out, or how is that actually going to happen? And the concerns seem really valid and almost counter to what the money was for, that it would actually occur. I just wonder about that much money being spent to support people getting together. And I also have a curiosity, seeing that the east side of the state doesn't look like they apply for that. And is that a cultural thing, or is there history to support that doesn't happen? So it's kind of a big, convoluted question there, but I think, is that Liz?
Yes, let's first turn to Liz for your specific question about the Willamette Stakeholder Engagement Project, and then we'll turn to your question about Eastern Oregon after that.
Hi, for the record, it's Liz Redon with the Willamette Regional Program Representative, and I have a follow-up question for you, Liza Jane. There's 2 stakeholder engagement recommended. Can you let us know which one you're referring to? I think I know which one, but I just want to make sure.
A little bit both.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. So I'll respond to the one that is a higher cost one, which first, and that's the one that's coming from the Middle Fork Watershed Council. I'm just going to pull up the number really fast for other folks. So the first one, 220-3041, which is engaging diverse stakeholders in floodplain restoration at the Elijah Bristow State Park. And then the other one, just so you have it, is 220-3043, building prescribed fire capacity in the southern Willamette Valley. Yes, they, for stakeholder engagement, I know the price tags might seem a little higher than you would expect. Both of the conversations are super complicated ones. The one for engaging the diverse stakeholders in the floodplain at the Elijah Bristow State Park is what they're looking at is moving a really complicated restoration strategy that is typically done on public lands and Forest Service. And you may have heard us talk about stage 0 restoration, but it would move down into a lower part of the watershed where there's a more diverse landscape with some residential areas, and doing a modified version of the stage 0 restoration approach, which is doing a lot of work in the stream channel in the floodplain area, putting a lot of large wood to reconnect the stream with the floodplain area. And there's a lot of stakeholders involved. So it is a state park that is very popular, and they had to take into consideration things like boaters. Also, there's a strong use of trails on that park, and then also use by folks for that like enjoy riding horses in that park. So it's a very complicated question of how do we balance restoration with stakeholder use, and then also thinking about the adjacent landowners. This particular one has actually been a do not fund, I think two times before this, because the review team had some pretty strong feedback about how can you improve the application, how can you think about the stakeholder engagement differently to be more clear about the conversations and how you want to accomplish them. And the applicant did a great job of taking that information in and really thinking hard about their budget, thinking about the process, and making sure that it's one that will help them get to a restoration strategy that will be a very large scale restoration. The other one, which is from the Long Tom, which is the prescribed fire one. Again, doesn't cost as much, but it's a very complicated conversation that involves landowners, involves agencies, and also involves tribes. And what they're looking at is realizing that prescribed fire is one of the major limiting factors that's preventing oak savanna to successful restoration in the Willamette. It's a tool in the toolbox that just hasn't been available, but we know historically that's the way the lands were managed by the tribes, and that was why it was very successful for the oak savanna habitat. And so trying to work with landowners and agencies to figure out how do we safely bring it back so we can actually have an effective restoration tool is a tough conversation. I would say with both groups, they've really put a lot of thought into that stakeholder engagement proposals and thinking about what they need, and are prepared for those conversations, as the review team noted in, I think, both evaluations.
Thank you for that, Liz. I'll look for wonderful results.
Okay, and to address your question earlier, Liza Jane, about Eastern Oregon, some of that is just differences cycle to cycle. It's not that we never get stakeholder engagement projects from Eastern Oregon. This time around, it certainly was light from those regions. There are some differences. Liz pointed out some of the aspects of the projects in places and parts of the Willamette where you have smaller land parcels and more people in a local community. One of the purposes of stakeholder engagement grants is to make sure that we've got community support for the work that we're doing. And then also that support might lead to additional opportunities for restoration. In some parts of Eastern Oregon where we're dealing with much larger parcels, there's less of that kind of impact to other property owners potentially, or need to bring neighboring property owners on board. The other thing I would say about that is that there is a little bit of an overlap with our technical assistance grants and our stakeholder engagement grants. Some of that landowner engagement that could be done under a stakeholder engagement grant is also sometimes included in a technical assistance grant, where some further conversations might be needed with a landowner to get to a conceptual design or a final design for a project on that piece of land. And we certainly see that as part of many of the technical assistance applications that we receive, really in every region, but in particular in the Eastern Oregon regions.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Any other general questions? Okay, I don't see any out there. What I'd like to propose now is we could either start jumping into our board deliberations, or we could take an early 10-minute break here, come back at 11:20 and start our deliberations a little early. Is there a preference from the board? All right, no preference. What I will say is let's go ahead and take an early 10-minute break, and we'll be back here about 11:20 or so, and to give us a little more time for deliberations leading up to lunchtime.
Okay, everybody, are we ready to get back to work?
Yep.
Good, good. I like that. Mini breaks, very nice. So I think I may have jumped the gun a little bit with my questions last time, but it gets me out of the way. So now we're going to have opportunity for the board to deliberate and discuss on these open solicitation grant offerings. And Jason, if you can see hands up, please jump right in there. I may miss those.
I don't see any right now.
Okay, we'll make sure everybody's back. Okay, as you're coming back, joining us, we're at L on our agenda, discussions of the open solicitation grant offerings. Is there any questions or discussion about the staff recommendations? Barbara.
Hi there. I am wondering if I need to identify a conflict of interest with applicant 220-3025. It is Yamhill Soil and Water Conservation District. It is recommended for funding as I sit on the board.
So I'll give you the technical answer and then you can choose. The technical answer is it is a financial conflict of interest. So if you are being paid through that grant, then you have a financial conflict of interest. Barbara, if you sit on the board, technically you can, and you're not receiving financial contribution, technically you can vote for the project. You can also choose to claim a potential, or a potential isn't quite the right word, it's not coming to my head, but you can claim, you can say just basically I want to recuse myself anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Not an actual conflict of interest unless you financial.
Mm-hmm.
We've had board members choose different ways that you want to go, but it is up to you as long as you don't have a financial stake.
Okay, and at what point would I do the recuse?
I would suggest that you, so when we look for the motion in the second before the vote, you would say that you were recusing yourself on a certain item or a certain specific grant number.
Thank you.
Just one note, that project that Barbara referenced is actually below the funding line. And so if the motion is to approve the staff recommendation, that project would not be included.
Oh, sorry, I misread that.
That's okay, thank you. Alan and then Mark.
So my question is to Eric and possibly Maida. This is Alan for the record. Assuming we go ahead with the proposed open solicitation proposals as presented by staff, as a board member who's concerned about what the future holds, as we all are we essentially saying, in the worst case scenario, we know we have people who can manage the grants we're proposing right now so that the grants can be successful?
Yes.
Okay, because I did hear that, and maybe correct me if I'm wrong, I did hear that I think it's Colby from in his, I may have the name wrong, but the regional rep from Bend has been redirected to another position.
Yes.
Does that leave all that regional work on somebody else's shoulders?
Yes, it will be split. Yes, it will be split between other staff, and we have built that in. So for grant management, Alan, you're correct, and that is going to be the case across the board with the budget situation we have. Grant management will be moving to other staff. The core engine of the agency, the machine, is managing grants and making payments. And so
Correct.
we've made sure that we have the staff capacity to do that. That's why, doing big new initiatives, doing brand new grant cycles, that takes additional to do. But yes, while that is being split amongst other staff based on the counties, we have the staff capacity to manage those. It is absolutely and will continue to be a challenge, but yes, we do have the capacity to manage those grants.
Thank you.
Mark.
Well, Alan beat me to the punch. That was exactly the question I was going to ask too, whether we have the staff capacity to do that. So I want to look at all those regional managers. I look at my board book and I see the amount of work that goes into these grant requests, and I see the ones that are above the line and below the line, and I know how tough it has to be to work with these people out on the ground. And so I just want to say from my perspective, and I think I'm probably speaking for the board, thank you for great staff work, the due diligence that you put into this. I know there's disappointments out there from folks that are below the line, and I know there's possible exhilaration for those that are above the line, but thank you for all this work. It makes at least my job so much easier. So thank you very much.
Are there any other questions? Randy?
Oh, that's okay. I should have lowered my hand. I would like to recuse myself from this vote when it comes due to a interest in a technical assistance item 17377 in Region 5. I'm not paid by that potentially, but I have an interest, and I just be more comfortable to have the record show that I recuse when that vote takes place.
Okay, thank you, Randy.
The number again, Randy, was
17377. Malheur Watershed Council.
okay. All right, just making sure so April can get that jotted down.
Okay, any other questions, thoughts? Great work to our staff. Jason.
Yeah, Liza Jane, if there's no other questions or comments, I am prepared to make a motion if we're ready for that.
Certainly.
Okay. I move that the board approve the staff funding recommendations as described in attachment D to the fall 2019 open solicitation grant offering staff report with an award date of April 22nd of 2020.
Second that, Ms. Jamie.
Okay, the motion has been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All right. Turn on your sound, and all those in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Any opposed? Thank you very much.
And Randy abstains, right?
And Randy has recused, yes.
Okay.
Thank
Great.
you.
Perfect. So we are doing really good on time. So I'm going to do a time check with Maida here. If we move into the next agenda item, we're going to be about a half an hour ahead of schedule, but do we have everyone here to move into the next agenda item?
We do have the right individuals here. Mark Labhart would be very excited because he wanted to be around for this agenda item and was going to have to miss half of it. So if it is okay with folks, what I would propose we do is go ahead and start now. If we get to noon and it looks like we're close, we have 10 or so minutes left, my recommendation would be we think about going until 12:10. if we get to noon, and Eric, I'd have you and Miriam kind of think about this. If we get to noon and we need that extra half an hour, my proposal to the board would be we go ahead and break at noon. So folks do get that next break and we come back at 12:30. So if we could do a time check at noon and see where we're at, but I think we're fine to go ahead and start unless the board would like another break right now. All right.
All right, let's get started then. Thank you. We're going to move to agenda item K then, Land Acquisition Grant Awards. Eric and Miriam.
All right, thank you, Jason, co-chairs, members of the board. For the record, Eric Williams, Grant Program Manager, and I'm presenting today along with Miriam Forney on the land acquisition item. I'm going to give some introductory slides, and then Miriam is going to go through project by project with some of the talking points that we've got for you. And then following that, I'll summarize the written comments that we've had on projects, which, as you've seen, have been somewhat extensive, and then we'll proceed to questions and answers. So I should be really good now at sharing my screen since I botched it so hard last time. So let me just call this up quickly. All right. And I think many of you have seen this before. The purpose of our land acquisition grant program, as it says here, is to expend funds in a strategic manner on projects that address critical watershed resources and processes. And we've got some guiding principles behind this that we're looking for diverse fish and wildlife species and habitat types. We're looking for protecting relatively intact functioning systems, and we're looking for projects that support critical ecological functions at a landscape scale. In terms of our review components, there are 5 here. These are in our administrative rules, and these each one of these takes significant effort among many people to arrive at the evaluations that you see before you and the recommendations that you have. And so the 5 are ecological outcomes, project soundness, organizational capacity, community benefits and impacts, and public comment. And just based on some of the conversation yesterday, Meg asked a question about soundness and how that's evaluated and what constitutes a deal breaker. As shown on the slide here, soundness is one of a constellation of evaluation criteria. Organizations have different abilities to address particular soundness issues. So organizational capacity may be sufficient in one case to overcome a soundness issue, but maybe not for a different organization that maybe doesn't have the capacity or expertise in that particular area. Another example is that ecological benefits of a project may be so great that there's a greater willingness to accept some of the soundness risks in order to achieve that overall ecological benefit. My point here is that the evaluation criteria that we have are considered as a whole, and they are the sum of the component parts rather than these components having a particular threshold criteria for the evaluation. So moving to the 2019 applications, these are applications again that came in the fall that had been scheduled to be awarded in April, but were postponed until this meeting. So we had a total of $6.5 million in funding requested. We initially had 8 applications, 2 were withdrawn. So we had 6 applications that went through the review and evaluation process. And as you've seen in the staff report, we've recommended 2 of those projects for funding and 4 of them are not recommended for funding. And so to give you an overview of each project, I'm going to turn to Miriam.
Thanks, Eric. For the record, Miriam Forney, Acquisitions Coordinator. So we should be on the first slide here. I'm running 2 screens, yes. So the first application is 220-9902 for Rainforest Reserve. If you can give me the next slide, Eric. This application was submitted by North Coast Land Conservancy. NCLC requested $2,098,329 for the purchase of a 1,500-acre property in Clatsop County. Next slide. The acreage proposed for purchase with OWEB funds is bounded in reddish orange on the map that you should be seeing, yes. And it's part of a larger project by a group of partners that aim to conserve 3,500 acres near Arch Cape and the city of Cannon Beach. The property consists of upland forest, including areas with complex structure and late sterile habitat, and the forested areas are interspersed with rocky balls that support rare and endemic plant species. So NCLC intends to protect this property for the benefit of priority species, including Columbia torrent salamander, red-legged frog, and a rare dragonfly with only one known breeding site, which is on this property. Reviewers determined that the proposed acquisition is a really good opportunity to conserve a large, relatively intact area, to improve ecological connectivity, and to protect exceptional biodiversity. NCLC envisions allowing certain hunting, but will need to complete a management planning process to ensure that the hunting activities are implemented in a manner that protects the property's conservation values and is consistent with OWEB's conservation easement. Although the proposed transaction is complex and stewardship of the property will be a significant undertaking, reviewers determined that NCLC does have a reasonable plan for success. So for example, NCLC indicated in the application that it will hire additional staff capacity to assist with the increased management and stewardship responsibilities that will occur after Rainforest Reserve is acquired. NCLC also did a thoughtful job of estimating yearly maintenance costs for the property and has a fundraising campaign underway. So funding conditions and the recommended addition of $29,750 in grant funds for contracted due diligence work will assist in sound completion of this transaction. So in summary, this project, although complex, is an uncommon opportunity to achieve significant large-scale conservation outcomes. All right, next slide. This is 220-9903 for GSG Ranch. Next slide. This application is a resubmission by Blue Mountain Land Trust. This project was previously submitted but not awarded funding in 2018. This cycle, BMLT requested $619,036 for the purchase of a conservation easement on the same 1,642-acre cattle ranch as previously proposed. The ranch is in Grant County near Prairie City. Next slide. The property, which is also near Forest Service land, consists of irrigated pastures, pine woodland and sagebrush steppe, wetlands, and riparian forest, including John Day River frontage. River restoration is planned on the property in partnership with the Confederated Tribes of Warm Springs. The restoration could benefit OWEB priority species such as Chinook salmon, bull trout, and steelhead. Reviewers determined that there are good ecological values associated with the river and wetlands and that restoration could be beneficial. However, the landowner doesn't own both sides of the river in most places, and it's still uncertain whether the full scope of restoration that is needed will occur. That uncertainty, as well as the current overall condition of the property, make it unclear whether the project will result in strong ecological benefits. The project will not result in public access for hunting because the property will remain in ownership by a private party. Reviewers determined that BMLT has made progress on the project soundness challenges that were identified last cycle, but there do remain a number of factors that would need to be addressed, including title encumbrances that may hinder restoration, mineral reservations that third parties have indicated they won't release, and understandings regarding property uses and priorities and responsibilities of the parties under an OWEB-funded easement. Next slide. This is 220-9904 for Ren Marsh. Next slide. As you heard yesterday from Mackenzie River Trust, this application was submitted by MRT. MRT requested $177,472 as a reimbursement of costs it incurred in purchasing an 8-acre property known as Ren Marsh in Lane County. Next slide. The property is across the Siuslaw River from Waite Ranch, which MRT is planning to restore, having purchased it a decade ago with assistance from OWEB. Wren Marsh is former tidal wetland. It's been diked and ditched, and a home has been built on it. MRT intends to restore the property for the benefit of priority species such as Chinook, steelhead, and willow flycatcher. Reviewers determined that the restoration of the property to tidal wetlands is essential to realize habitat gains from an OWEB acquisition investment. However, the restoration alternative indicated as preferred by MRT is not likely to maximize the habitat potential of the site. Also, there's significant uncertainty about the likelihood of restoration success because the property can be accessed only by the Siuslaw River, which would increase the cost and complexity of the infrastructure removal that's needed. The application and review process identified soundness challenges that make it unlikely that due diligence requirements can be completed in an efficient, sound manner in the near term, and which may affect the long-term outcomes of the proposed investment. The issues include property boundary encroachments, tidal encumbrances that may hinder or limit wetland restoration described in the application, the property's lack of road access, and the need to negotiate a use agreement or establish other understandings with a third party that has a history of informally using the property. The application does not indicate that MRT intends to allow hunting on the property at this time. Next slide. This is 220-9905 for the Morgan property. Next slide. This application was submitted by Blue Mountain Land Trust. The MLT requested $497,023 for the purchase of a conservation easement on a 1,042-acre cattle ranch in Grant County. Next slide. The ranch is adjacent to GSG Ranch, which was described previously. The property consists of irrigated pastures, sagebrush steppe, pine woodland, and riparian area along Reynolds Creek, which is a tributary of the John Day River. Reynolds Creek has potentially significant conservation value and provides habitat for several priority fish species, including steelhead and bull trout. However, the riparian and stream bank conditions on this property are currently fair to poor. The condition of the upland on this property is also poor, with invasive annual grasses and juniper prevalent. The application does not indicate a high probability that restoration will be accomplished. Soundness reviewers concluded that the proposed structure of the project does not assure protection and enhancement of conservation values in a manner that's consistent with OWEB's lottery-funded land acquisition program. So some of the challenges with regard to soundness include a lack of a clear commitment by the landowner to take actions to restore the property's conservation values, lack of a plan or funding for developing a holistic grazing plan to assist in recovering the property from grazing impacts, and lack of a plan or funding for periodic monitoring of the property's ecological conditions to assure attainment of established goals. Additional soundness concerns include numerous title exceptions, including mineral reservations, unclear vested ownership circumstances, unclear access and water rights circumstances, and the need to ensure that the landowner clearly understands that an OWEB-funded easement will change or limit agricultural operations on the property. The project will not result in public access for hunting because the property will remain in ownership by a private party. Next slide. This is 220-9907 for the Sycan River property. Next slide. This application was submitted by Klamath Lake Land Trust. KLLT requested $337,940 as a reimbursement of costs it incurred in purchasing a 785-acre property in Klamath County near the town of Sprague River. Next slide. So the property consists of a variety of habitats, including ponderosa pine woodlands, 2 miles of the Sycan River and associated riparian areas, and sage steppe tablelands that contain vernal pools. There's connectivity to federally owned lands to the north, The application states that the tribes and members of the public occasionally use the property for hunting. Overall, the property is in fair to good ecological condition, although it does require some immediate attention to address impacts from trespass livestock use. Reviewers determined that this portion of the Saipan River hosts resident populations of the state-sensitive inland red band trout, but it's unlikely to provide habitat for ESA-listed bull trout or short-nosed or lost river suckers. Priority species that are likely to use the property include Lewis's woodpecker and green heron. Reviewers determined that the ponderosa pine woodlands currently do not have high ecological value due to the size and nature of the stands, and without active forest management, tree mortality will occur, and there's an increased threat of stand replacement wildfire. The review process identified soundness challenges that make it unlikely that due diligence can be completed in an efficient, sound manner in the near term, and they raise questions about the protection of the conservation values in the long term. The soundness challenges include numerous complex tidal encumbrances, including purported rights of the Klamath tribes that are not well understood, convoluted property boundaries and topography that significantly increase the possibility of discovering multiple access deficiencies and encroachment issues during title and survey work, derelict homestead structures that weren't assessed for hazardous materials before the property was purchased and therefore may pose unexpected demolition costs, unauthorized uses of the property and neighboring lands by trespass, livestock, and squatters, which will pose ongoing challenges and potentially high ownership costs for KLLT. The need for substantial changes to the draft cooperative agreement between KLLT and the tribes for fence installation in order to be clear and confirm that the partnership will produce the intended outcomes. And a project budget that appears to lack funds necessary for due diligence, such as acquiring access easements, and significantly underestimates the amount of legal help that KLLT will need to complete due diligence. KLLT has limited staffing and financial resources for this property, which was relatively inexpensive to purchase, but will be costly to own and manage. KLT did not secure a stewardship fund for the property before purchasing it, and the application does not describe a plan that is likely to result in adequate stewardship funds. Reviewers noted the need for active management of this property, yet the physical access and the funding for such management are far from clear. Next slide. This is 220-9908 for Trout Creek Preserve. Next slide. This application was submitted by Deschutes Land Trust. DLT requested $2.78 million for the purchase of a 5,680 acre property known as Pride A Ranch. It's located in both Jefferson and Wasco counties northeast of Madras. Next slide. There are a variety of system types on the property, including riparian and floodplain areas, wetlands, and cliff-dominated uplands with old-growth juniper woodland elements. The property includes 11 miles of steelhead streams, including 6 miles of Trout Creek, 4 miles of Antelope Creek, and 1 mile of Ward Creek. Over the past 20 years, ODFW and the Jefferson SWC has restored significant portions of Trout Creek and Antelope Creek on the property. The application states that the Trout Creek subwatershed is the major steelhead production area in the Deschutes Basin, producing as much as 30% of Deschutes steelhead. The application also states that the property includes some of the best spawning habitat with as many as 152 steelhead reds documented in the portion of Trout Creek that's within the property boundaries. The property supports a variety of other priority species, such as golden eagle, which nests on the site, pallid bat, Lewis's woodpecker, and western toad. DLT ownership of the property will permanently protect the significant stream restoration and recovery that's occurred on the property. Conservation ownership will also allow for stream riparian and upland restoration projects that are typically not economically realistic for a private property owner to undertake in a setting such as this. So for example, reconnecting a creek to its floodplain can mean giving up pasture or haying ground. Reviewers determined that the size and location of this property present a rare opportunity to permanently protect and further restore a variety of priority habitats, with there being a high likelihood of significant landscape scale benefit. Public review of this project was robust. 20 people attended the public hearing and staff received written comments as well. The public hearing notes are included in the evaluation and the written comments were provided to you separately. I'll summarize the hearing comments and Eric will summarize the written comments. So in a nutshell, there were both positive comments and concerns about the project. The positive comments included that the property has high priority ecosystems and DLT will do a good job of caring for the land and will be a good neighbor. The concerns were varied, with many of them touching on property management matters such as maintaining fences and minding fire risks. Other concerns touched on matters such as keeping ranch land and grazing, not using government funds to buy property, and not taking land off the tax rolls. DLT has reached out to commenters in an effort to help them understand the project. For example, DLT has been clear that it anticipates paying taxes in both counties. DLT's practice is to work with rural counties to determine a mutually beneficial tax arrangement in recognition that some rural counties have limited tax bases. DLT will look at the possibility of opening the property to restricted hunting and will use OWEB's required management planning process as a mechanism by which to do that. Perhaps most importantly, DLT subsequently proposed a modified purchase structure that will exclude certain portions of the property and result in a 4,491 acre, give or take, conservation parcel. So the modified purchase structure will improve project outcomes through enabling a local rancher to expand his operations by purchasing the portion of the property that's not a high priority for conservation, but is well suited for livestock, and by creating an integrated defensible conservation parcel that includes the most ecologically valuable portions of the property. On the soundness front, soundness reviewers determined that the proposed project structure is complex and involves, among other things, the partition of a larger parcel, a lot line adjustment, the need to address numerous title matters, including oil, gas, and mineral reservations. A provision in the option agreement gives the landowner certain rights to purchase replacement property and a tenant on the property. Reviewers also determined that DLT has the necessary expertise, plans, and fundraising track record to make this project a success. Since submitting the application, DLT has made significant progress on completing due diligence for the project. In summary, this project is an outstanding opportunity to achieve large-scale conservation outcomes. Although it is a complex project, DLT has clearly shown that it is capable of completing the work. Eric, I'll turn it over to you.
All right, thanks, Miriam. Before I get into the recommendations, which are on this screen, I did want to, as Miriam mentioned, summarize the written comments that we received and that you all have in your packets, and they were fairly extensive. I'll take them project by project. There was one letter submitted for both the GSG Ranch and Morgan Resources applications. That letter was from Grant County Farm Bureau, and summarizing some of the points mentioned where they asked how were the two properties determined to be priorities. It was unclear how those two ranches differ from any surrounding properties in terms of landscape scale importance. They mentioned a lack of consultation with local government, that it was unclear how agriculture would continue on the two properties, and also unclear how restoration would happen. For the Rainforest Reserve, we received 6 written comments, all in support. Those letters cited benefits to the local drinking water supply, benefits for climate resiliency, public access for recreation, fish habitat, timber management, unusual and unique vegetative communities, and that North Coast Land Conservancy is an effective organization with the capacity to make this transaction a success. Next, on the Sycan River project, we received one letter from Klamath Basin Audubon citing the benefits of the project for bull trout and red band trout and the diversity of habitat types on the property. For Trout Creek, this is the one where we received the most written comments. We had 17 11 of those generally supporting and 6 expressing concerns. The comments supporting generally address the unique opportunity to preserve steelhead habitat, the capacity, knowledge, and experience of the Deschutes Land Trust, and that this may be the best use of the property given the difficulty of managing the property as a ranch economically. The concerns were voiced were many. Some of those were already mentioned. They centered around the need for the new property owner, if it's the land trust, to be aware of and participate in fire suppression, which is an activity that requires all the neighboring ranches to work together to do successfully. And kind of along those same lines, they questioned whether or not they would have the same level of assistance for things like stray livestock, that they can currently count on their ranching neighbors to help them with those situations. And more broadly, I would characterize the concerns as a general sense of loss in the community, stemming from a significant ranch that is coming out of long-term grazing use. Then turning to Wren Marsh, we had 2 written comments in support. And you heard Joe Mull from Mackenzie River Trust yesterday also giving verbal comments. He also submitted a letter that includes the points that he mentioned yesterday, including the relationship between restoration and acquisition, that a longer view should be taken toward the likelihood of restoration on acquisition parcels, that there are inconsistencies in addressing similar project soundness issues among applications, and the need to acknowledge the importance of timing in land acquisition purchases. The second letter was from a neighboring property owner who indicates a willingness to resolve boundary and access issues, and recognition that the Wren Marsh property really wants to be a tidal marsh. So those are summary of the letters received. So turning to the staff recommended projects, we've got 2 recommended for award: Rainforest Reserve, Trout Creek Preserve. The total between the 2 is about $4.75 million. And generally speaking, what really makes these 2 stand out is truly the landscape scale of habitat that these 2 properties would protect. They're the kinds of properties that when I think about what our program is designed to do, these 2 properties could really be considered poster children for our land acquisition program. And they both have effective organizations that we have a high level of confidence that they'll be successful in getting these properties protected in perpetuity, that they can address the soundness issues in a reasonable time frame, that they're in good condition now, with some restoration that they've got a path forward to achieve. We also, as you may note in your packets, include project-specific funding conditions. For example, completing land use approvals, addressing title encumbrances, including certain matters in management planning. And on that last one, I would note that given the concerns expressed by the community and the neighboring ranches, the final condition that you'll see on the page there on that list of funding conditions includes that their management planning process must improve or must include channels of communication for neighbors in the community. And from listening to Brad Nye from the Deschutes Land Trust, they have already begun those conversations. And we have a high level of confidence that they will be able to follow through, not only on those conversations and having a commitment to continuing them, but also in following through on the commitments that they will make to those neighbors about managing things like wildfire and straying cattle. One final note that I would make is that in your staff report, there is an item K1 that addresses the length of time that we typically allow for acquisition projects. Normally, we would execute a grant agreement that says that the project has to close within 18 months of board approval. Given what you've heard the last 2 days about our revenue reductions and impacts on operations, and the fact that getting land acquisition projects through to closing does involve us expending funds for contractors and legal review. We want to make sure that we allow more time than normal so that we can make sure we can service these projects adequately. And so the recommendation in staff report K1 is that for the 2 projects recommended here, that an additional 18 months is added to the normal timeframe to close. We also included in that staff report a recommendation that the 2 projects that were funded last year that are scheduled to close by this coming October also be given an additional 18 months, just in case we are unable to expend the funds that we might need to complete our due diligence and legal reviews of those projects. And with that, I'm going to exit my screen share, and we are happy to address questions from the board.
Great, thanks, Eric. And just to do a quick time check, so Jason Robinson for the record, what I'm thinking we can do here is, I know Mark's got to leave. So Mark, if we can give you the floor for questions for a few minutes, and then what we'll do is, I see Gary's got a question. We'll see where we're at after Mark's questions. And if not, Gary, we might hold you until 12:30. We'll take a lunch break and come back and further our deliberations, if everyone's okay with that.
Well, if it helps, Jason, I can come back at 12:30. I have to leave at 1. So as long as I can get on after 12:30, I'd be more than happy to wait until after lunch.
Jason, that might make sense, given Jamie's hand is up as well, to just make a clean break here, take the half-hour break for lunch, and ask if folks would be okay with Mark going first at 12:30.
That would be great. So yeah, we'll go ahead and break then for lunch. We'll be back at 12:30, and I will have Mark and then Gary and Jamie up to bat. Thanks. All right, it's 12:30. We'll kind of wait for people to jump back on here, and then we'll get started with comments and questions, starting with Mark, and then Gary, and then Jamie. All right, people are popping back on. All right, Mark, why don't we go ahead and get started?
Okay, thank you, Jason. Mark Labhart for the record. I'd like to express two comments in my discussions. Now, the first one is, this is in regards to the Trout Creek project that's been recommended by staff for funding. I had the opportunity to go out on the site with the district fish biologist from ODF&W, representatives from the Deschutes Land Trust and Soil and Water Conservation District staff, and spent pretty much an entire day on the property walking it. And so my first comment is it was very beneficial for me to see that project firsthand. And so it's not that the regional reviews aren't great and the staff reports aren't great, but when a board member can see firsthand some of these projects on the ground, it really brings it into focus. So I would encourage or hope that maybe some of these other projects come up in the future, and I know they're delayed for a significant period of time now, but when we get back to doing that, for board members that have projects in their areas, if they could make the time to get out on the ground with staff and the applicant and various fisheries and wildlife agencies to have a review on the ground, it's at least for me, it was extremely helpful. So this project, the Trout Creek, is a high priority project for the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. It's a major steelhead production area in the Deschutes Basin, as was identified earlier. 30% of the Deschutes steelhead produced in the Deschutes River are produced from Trout Creek. And the property includes some of the best spawning habitat in the creek. As many as 152 steelhead reds were documented in Trout Creek. And when I walked the creek, I lost count of the number of beaver dams, but I've been told that there's 100 beaver dams in that area. So a lot of good habitat. The partners for the project include ODF&W, Jefferson County Soil and Water Conservation District, Confederated Tribes of the Warm Springs, PGE, and of course the Deschutes River Lands Conservancy. It includes 11 miles of aquatic and riparian areas designated critical habitat and ESA listed mid-Columbia summer steelhead. So it's high priority from that perspective. It's one of the most productive steelhead tributaries of the Deschutes River. The property has a lengthy history hosting successful riparian restoration projects, and we looked at some of those that the Soil and Water Conservation District had done. And of course, it's subject to ongoing projects and ongoing monitoring of that fish use in that area. The Land Trust said that they're going to establish relationships and management strategies that address the neighbors' concern that you heard about, particularly regarding wildfire prevention, fence management, maintaining the healthy grasslands and access for neighbors to address the roaming cattle and other issues, other management issues. And I reached out to the conservation director, Brad Nye, and asked him about hunting on the property. And I'll quote from his email response to me. He says, yes, we are definitely considering hunting, but we will need to work with neighbors on that as we go through the management planning. A few neighbors have expressed concerns and requested that we don't allow access. Others have expressed concern, but said they're willing to work with us on it. So I think that addresses possibly one of Bruce Buckmaster had a question on that. So I am going to strongly recommend the staff's recommendation on this project. It crosses all the T's and dots all the I's, and I know it's an expensive project, but it's going to be well worth our investment. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mark. Any feedback or comments for Mark's comments? All right, great. Gary.
Gary Marsh for the record, and this could be a question directed, there are a couple of questions actually, either to Eric or Miriam, but One thing that I wasn't quite clear on, it talked about returning like 45 acres of water right back to in stream on that, but there's something like 140 some acres of total water right. And I just, my question is, as I was reading this, I couldn't quite determine what they were going to do with that. Were they going to actually eventually return it to in stream or continue to irrigate with it? And another question is about the exclusive farm use and what they're going to do if they've come to any resolution on that. I know that you talked about different counties dealing with it, and if we have any, if there's any background on that with previous acquisitions, and if this is going to be the same thing, same outcome. So that's all.
Thank you, Gary. Miriam, are you able to address the water rights question?
Yes, for the record, Miriam Forney, Acquisitions Coordinator. Gary, I think I can take a stab at the water rights issues. The first question I heard you ask was around a little bit more information about the rights themselves. They're not entirely clear to OWEB staff at this time. And in fact, one of the things we're going to require of Deschutes Land Trust is to provide us a further evaluation of the water rights. So points of or areas of application, points of diversion, just help us to better understand those rights and the circumstances associated with them. You had also asked about what Deschutes Land Trust's intentions were with regard to those rights. I can answer probably in fairly general terms. Deschutes Land Trust understands the need to retain some of the water for at least a period of time in order to irrigate plantings that it may do as part of floodplain restoration. But Deschutes Land Trust is also interested in working with the Deschutes River Conservancy to conserve some of that water in stream. I don't want to speak any further for the Land Trust. I know that they haven't really fully decided what they're doing, but those are two considerations.
Thanks, Miriam. And I did find some further information. I think the numbers that you cited, Gary, 45 acres are senior water rights that could be protected in stream. And I think regarding the remainder, and as Miriam pointed out, there's some near-term need for irrigation, but the remainder would likely just be canceled eventually.
They're joining to a lot of the rights on the
correct
on the system. Okay,
correct. Your other question regarding EFU zoning, commissioners from both Jefferson and Wasco County attended the public hearing. That was one of the issues that they raised, and I think mentioned in their written comments as well. And that's something that they're going to continue working with the Deschutes Land Trust on in terms of figuring out the proper taxation category. There just needs to be more conversations held to figure out what's the appropriate path forward on that.
We have no history or precedent on what has occurred in acquisitions in time past, as if they stay in or are removed from EFU.
Eric?
Yeah, go ahead, Miriam.
If you'd like, I can speak to that. So for the record, Miriam Forney, Acquisitions Coordinator. We have some projects where property that's zoned as EFU has been acquired in fee simple by land trusts, and they have rolled that property into the conservation easement special assessment. So basically they continue to pay taxes at about the same amount as were paid when the property was being farmed. And the property may no longer be farmed when it is owned for conservation, but the taxes paid are about the same. I hope that helps. So there is some precedent there for continuing to pay taxes on property that was zoned EFU.
Okay, thanks, Marion. Thanks, Eric.
Great, thanks, Gary. Jamie.
Yeah, thanks. My comments are also on the Trout Creek project, the preserve. As always, thanks staff for your great work summarizing, especially on the public comments. And also to disclose, I've had conversations with the Deschutes Land Trust Executive Director and an Ashwood resident who submitted public comments raising concerns. Also appreciate Mark's comments on seeing projects whenever possible or being familiar with the site. I think it really helps. I'm also familiar with the area, driven around and through it, even toured the local school. It's only got 5 kids in it. But my reflection on the community is that it's both a fiercely independent but also interdependent community where neighbors rely very much on neighbors. And while as virtually every land project will have proponents and opponents and some opposition that can sometimes simply fall into the NIMBY category, in this case, some of the concerns raised, I think, are incredibly important to address because they have the potential to really impact the viability of the community itself. So I have a lot of confidence in both the value of this project and the property, protecting the property, and also a lot of confidence in the Deschutes Land Trust commitment to be a good neighbor. And so I think it's really going to come down to the success of the project will really come down to land management plan. So that's where I want to ask a couple of questions. So first of all, what's the standard process for developing the land management plan? And is this how do we ensure that issues are addressed? And is this, in this specific case, given it's a remote community and there's some unique issues that are very dependent on this management plan, will there be extra effort put into that? So that's my first question. And then the second is also related in that what's the recourse if the land is not actually managed per the land management plan? How can we make sure that some of these issues that were raised by neighbors and residents of the Ashwood community that would really impact their livelihood and their potential to survive as a community? How do we make sure that partnership thrives?
Miriam, do you want to address the management plan process question?
Sure. So for the record, Miriam Forney, Acquisitions Coordinator. For every land acquisition project that we fund, we require within 18 months after closing the transaction that our partner develop a management plan for the property. And we have management planning guidance, which is just lays out content that we expect to see in the management plan. And we, through the course of evaluation, if we key in on issues of community concern, as we have in this project, we will include project-specific funding conditions, letting the partner know that they're going to need to put in the management plan some additional content. So in this case, we have let Deschutes Land Trust know that they're going to need a communications plan as part of their management plan because that issue came to light through conversations with the community. So to answer your question, we do track conversations that the community has. Those often turn into funding conditions for specific management plan content, and every project needs to have a management plan, and that is reviewed and approved by OWEB. Does that help on that part of your question? I think you're on mute.
Yeah, you're still on mute.
Thanks. Just to follow up to that point, the communication plan makes absolute sense, but the communication beyond a communication plan, actually addressing some of the concrete issues raised, is that something that's been flagged by staff as something that needs to be addressed in the partnership, in the conversation, the development of the land management plan?
Yeah, absolutely. We will work with Deschutes Land Trust on dealing with, so for example, issues of neighbor access for when there are stray cattle. And we will follow those issues through the management planning process.
Great, thank you.
And now you had another question about what happens if the land is not managed in accordance with the management plan that's developed and reviewed and approved by OWEB. So we have a variety of tools that we can use. Of course, first and foremost, we're going to have a conversation with our partner. We periodically monitor the properties that we invest land acquisition funds in. And if, as part of that monitoring, we notice the management plan is not being implemented, typically what we do is we inquire why, and we see if we can offer some assistance. We will ask if maybe the management plan is not realistic or feasible and it needs to be amended. A more serious option is to enforce our conservation easement. So you may be aware that we are granted a conservation easement on every property in which we invest fee simple funds. So in this case, because Deschutes Land Trust would be purchasing this property in fee simple, Deschutes Land Trust would grant us a conservation easement. And part of that, one of the provisions in that easement says Deschutes Land Trust is going to implement a management plan, and we would be able to enforce the terms of our conservation easement. That is a worst case scenario and something we don't envision doing.
Well, thank you so much for that clarification. And I'm confident in their commitment to being a good neighbor and establishing a good land management plan. I do just want to underscore that I think the concerns raised and everything, you touched on some of them, but the fire management plan that also actually touches on the taxation issue that you guys are working on. And then also the issues of potentially other forms of weed abatement through use of grazing. I really appreciate that this is going to be brought into the conversation, because I think this could be a wonderfully successful project with good partnerships. But I think it could also, some of the nightmares could come true, and we obviously want to make sure that it's the best case scenario. So I really appreciate all the efforts to identify and work to make sure this is a successful project. Thanks.
All right, I have Randy and then Bruce.
Randy Lavey, Public at Large member. Thanks, Jason. I'd like to congratulate the North Coast Land Conservancy and the Deschutes Land Trust on bringing these to OWEB, and congratulate the staff for their protocols have to be extremely complex and careful for such ambitious and noteworthy acquisitions. I think these two acquisitions are the most exciting that I've come across since I've joined the board. And I'm a huge advocate for them. I think that Jamie's comments are extremely relevant. And I would only say that my knowledge of both of those entities, the North Coast Land Conservancy and the Deschutes Land Trust, and their leadership, that they're entering this in the spirit of addressing those concerns in totality. And again, I'm very proud that we have two land trusts that bring us such exciting proposals. I might just also point out that the initial acquisition of the main stem of Trout Creek for the public involved a donation by the two owners, a significant donation, and that transaction was a terrific catalyst for what we're able to envision now for the total restoration of that basin. Thanks.
Thanks, Randy. Bruce.
Thanks, Jason. I'd like to echo Randy's accolades. I agree on both the projects. I was just looking at the initial funding conditions on both of the recommended acquisitions. And there are at least a half dozen right out of the gate that require information coming from the applicants back to OWEB for confirmation and analysis. I know I have great faith in Miriam, but I just have the question: are we certain, or do we have a high degree of certainty that under current conditions we have staff, adequate staff to meet our end of these transactions?
Thanks, Bruce, for that question. For the record, Eric Williams, and I'll ask Miriam to chime in after an introductory answer to that question. But to address the question of resources, that is one of the reasons that we're requesting a longer time frame of approval till closing, is in case there are things that we might need extra service from either our contractors or the Department of Justice that would cost us operating funds. We want to make sure we're building in that time. But most of the conditions that we have are the kind of conditions that staff can review the submittals and determine whether or not they meet them. We try to write these conditions so that it's pretty clear when they've been met. And so the review of the documents that come in should be relatively straightforward. But Miriam, I'll ask you to follow up on that. And then if there's any particular examples that you want to mention, feel free.
Sure. So for the record, Miriam Forney, Acquisitions Coordinator, to provide a little bit more detail around that. Some of the due diligence products that come in for a land acquisition are pretty technical items. So for example, we require an appraisal for every property interest that we're going to fund. That appraisal needs to be reviewed by a licensed appraiser. We have a licensed appraiser for a reviewer on contract. That's not a product that staff can review. And so we have contractors that we use and are integral to the program. And of course, they cost money. So I don't know that I can answer your question directly about whether or not we have the capacity from a contracting standpoint, nor do I know with regard to staffing. I think that your question is of the essence. And the uncertainty around that is why item K1 extends the due diligence period to 3 years.
Okay. Anything else, Bruce?
No, I appreciate the answers. I am concerned that time-sensitive transactions, that it sounds to me that we put in extra time in case we need it. And to me, that's a little bit concerning, that we could be slow up the process by necessity. I understand why, but I think that's something that both North Coast and Deschutes Land Trust need to be very aware of going forward.
Bruce, I think I can provide you with some more information that might help you there. For the record, Miriam Forney, Acquisitions Coordinator. Before staff put together a recommendation to fund both of these projects, I was in contact with Deschutes Land Trust and North Coast Land Conservancy to ensure that if we were to need more time due to a lack of resources on our end, it wouldn't be a deal killer for their projects. And they folks there at both organizations assured me that they will figure out a way to get these projects, these transactions done with stopgap funding if they have to, and then we will run our grants as a reimbursement of the costs they incur.
Thank you, Miriam. That helps.
Okay, Mark, you've got your hand up.
Just if there's no more questions, I'm prepared to make a motion, Mr. Co-Chair.
Liza Jane's flagging her hands there real quickly.
Maybe not quickly, but thank you, Jason. This is Liza Jane. I have a couple questions first, Miriam and Eric. Am I understanding that this parcel then is being taken out of production?
You're referring to Trout Creek?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, that is the long-term plan, yes.
Long-term, short-term, immediate?
Short-term, they're going to need to do some things to maintain grass conditions, to maintain the property, and so some of that might involve grazing in the short term. But their long-term plan is that they will not be managing grazing. They would most likely, in the short term, work with neighbors to if they're interested, to have them graze their animals on the property.
And Eric, this is Maida. I might add, or might ask you to add. There was an interesting conversation that I understood from the land trust, in that, so part of the property we're helping invest in, and part of the property was sold as a private ranch. And the high quality grazing, Liza Jane, actually got sold as that private ranch. And so the highest, and again, I see Miriam nodding her head yes, but please fill in more because I don't know that I have the full story. The highest value for grazing is still staying as a ranch, and it's not part of the property that we're purchasing. And Miriam, I don't know if you can help me fill that in.
Sure. For the record, Miriam Forney, acquisitions coordinator, made it. You have it roughly right. So, Liza Jane, you might recall that I said that Deschutes Land Trust had put in an application to purchase 5,680 acres, but they modified that to carve off a certain portion of the property and keep that open for a local rancher to purchase, such that the conservation piece in the end, when some land use actions are complete, such as lot line adjustments and a partition, the conservation parcel will be 4,491 acres, give or take. And again, the effect of that is to keep the most productive grazing ground out of the conservation parcel and available to a local rancher. So that was in part response to the community expressing concerns about all of that property being taken out of production status. The other thing I would say is that Deschutes Land Trust is open to the idea of using grazing, if appropriate, as a tool to protect, restore, enhance conservation values. They don't know if it would work on the property. Again, that's part of a management planning process. They are not philosophically opposed to the idea of grazing the property, but what they have clearly messaged as appropriate is that they in this case are not buying the property with the intention of running a ranch.
If I could weigh in, I think I recall, Marion, and correct me if I'm wrong, when we were out on the ground, they stated that this is critical winter range for deer and elk, and they're heavily used that, and they were going to use some native grass seedings to try to encourage that increase in that habitat on some of those lower areas. Is that, do you recall that discussion? I think I did on the ground.
So, Mark, for the record, Miriam Forney, having not been out there for that particular conversation, I'm not entirely sure. However, that is consistent with various conversations I've had with the Deschutes Land Trust and with their approach to managing that kind of land. So yes, I can see that happening.
So, Mark,
I don't want to.
I'm sorry, Miriam.
Oh, I was just going to say, I don't want to commit them to anything, but I think that that is reasonable to think they would examine that in the management planning process.
Yeah. So interesting, Mark, bringing elk and deer into the riparian area, especially in the winter time, is a great way to wipe out all your browse. But I'm sure they know plenty about that. I appreciate, Miriam, your answer because you know, before this conversation, I would have said I am so strongly opposed to the Trout Creek acquisition that I can barely sit through it. And those reasons are because I believe that because the way this property was managed as a productive livestock operation is the reason that it has such a great ecological value, and that those things can happen concurrently, intentionally, at the same time in the same place. And I often wonder when we look at these properties, what are we protecting them from? Are we protecting them from another great private landowner that's going to encourage beaver dams and cover in riparian areas? Why does it have to be a land trust that's the answer to having a good environment in productive lands? So, you know, I really appreciate our staff and trust our staff. I know it's difficult work. I wish the feeling I get from all the letters and the Deschutes Land Trust is that they're talking to people. I don't know if they're talking with people in the community. I think those two things are real different. So I hold high value to the comments we received, and I'm glad that we we did get all those comments. Mark, I wish I could get out on the land and talk to people. I think that's awesome that you were able to do that. I appreciate you sharing what you saw. Sometimes I think if you, I noted in their letter, the Friday's letter, that they had talked to a couple of their neighbors to see if they might be interested in purchasing, and they didn't feel it was a good fit because of the terrain. I don't know how many other efforts were made for a landowner who would continue what they've been doing for so many years and keeping it part of productive ag operation. I'm always going to struggle when we take more ag land out of production. I think producing food is critical, and I love to fish, and I definitely have support for our fisheries. Steelhead and salmon are in big trouble. So I guess I'm just gonna want to have all these things said. I don't know how I can vote. I'll figure that out here in a minute or two, but I just wish that we could make efforts to find other landowners that would keep this private and continue the good work instead of public ownership. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Liza Jane. I've got Bruce and then Meg and then Jamie, and then we'll entertain a motion. Bruce?
You already got to me, Jason.
Oh, I forgot to put your hand down. All right, I'll do that right now. All right, Meg?
Okay, thank you, Jason. My comment isn't really about these two projects, both of which seem to have great value for OWEB. It's really more some thoughts about the points that were raised in Mackenzie River Trust letter and Joe's comments yesterday, which I've heard from other, or something similar from other people from the land trust community about kind of taking a longer view, and the concern that OWEB is too unnecessarily risk averse and things along those lines. And I'm have an open mind on this, but I'm sympathetic to the concerns that I've heard, and I would love to at some point, and maybe those of you who have been on the board for a longer time have already been through this and you're already comfortable, but would like to have a conversation, maybe even in committee, about in terms of how to advance the conversation and try to address some of the issues that we hear about now and then from applicants or from others in that community.
Thanks, Meg. For the record, Eric Williams. I think it would be great to have that conversation with the committee. As you recall, in the new committee structure we have revamped the acquisitions committee to have 2 meetings per year, one to focus on applications and the other to focus on policy. And so that policy meeting would be a great time to talk about that.
Okay, that'd be great. I would appreciate that.
Great. Thanks, Meg. Jamie?
Thanks. I just want to circle back to Liza Jane's comments and just say that my intent on making the comments I made, and I appreciate your comments as well, is to essentially get on the record is the expectation that that the neighbors' concerns and the issues in their neighborhood be taken carefully. And the reason why I gave a little backdrop on, or a little background on the community, is to give a sense that this I see this as somewhat a unique situation. Yes, we have urban rural issues happening all the time, but in this case, we have a high level of interdependency with the neighbors. And so I'm just noting the condition of approval. And I was debating about proposing a modification to it, but I'll save Maida heartburn by saying I won't actually propose a modified language, so that, because I think that the point of not just establishing channels of communication with neighbors, but really working to address those issues. I also, at the same time, we don't want to lock the agency that's responsible for managing the resource into something that they cannot work to accomplish. But I think your point of not just talking at, but listening to and working with, and that good neighbor policy, I make the comment to say my understanding and of this project and the intent, and then also some Deschutes Land Trust shared some information with me some communication with the neighbors of working with one of the neighbors who raised most of the concerns and wrote a letter raising a lot of concerns. They're working with her, and she'd offered to work with them as part of a committee to help develop their land management plan. And they said they would reach out to her and work with her to help incorporate her concerns into that. So I will be supporting the project, but I do it with the understanding that all of that work is tied in part and parcel with it. I trust the Deschutes Land Trust's intentions to do that. But I think your point is very well taken about, Liza Jane, your point is very well taken about making sure that there's actual listening and actual working with, and not just talking to or talking at. And so I make this comment, I made my previous comment, to really get it on the record that as we look at going forward and developing this land management plan, and then also looking back to make sure it's being incorporated and implemented, that at least from where I'm standing as a board member, my support of the project is contingent on that understanding. So just adding that comment.
Great. Thanks, Jamie. Maida,
Yeah,
and then Barbara.
Just a quick response, I think, for both Liza Jane and Jamie. One, Jamie, on your piece, we do, I think Eric might have mentioned this, we do follow up on management plan with all of our applicants. So we have a review process for that. So definitely on that piece. And Liza Jane, I wonder, and I think actually Deschutes Land Trust might be a good one, that at a future board meeting, what we might do is have them come in and talk about that piece that you're raising about, like when does it make sense as they're thinking, because they have working land easements, they own properties that they're grazing, they own properties that they're not grazing. So they have this big mix, and they might be able to just shed light on their thinking as they go through that. And I think a different way than we can as OWEB, because we're receiving the grants. So I just wonder if that might be helpful to have them come and talk a little bit about their management philosophy between the different tools, since they're one of our land trusts that is using all of those tools.
Thanks, Maida. All right, Barbara, and then we'll go to Mark for motion.
Okay, thank you. So Liza Jane, I'm with you. I don't like seeing productive ground come out of grazing, but I was really pleased to see Deschutes Land Trust pull back and listen to some of the comments and actually separate out the best grazing grounds. I was really pleased to see that outcome. And one of my questions, is it common practice to approve this without finalizing project-specific conditions?
Yes, thanks, Barbara. Eric Williams for the record. That is our standard process to recommend approval based on the articulated conditions that are included in your packet. And Miriam talked about some of the processes, for example, getting the appraisal done and then reviewed. Those kinds of things have to happen after the board decision. And so those conditions are attached to the project so that it's clear. For example, on that condition, we don't provide funding unless and until our review appraiser confirms the value of the property.
Okay, so it's more of the appraisal part. Okay. One quick last question is, you're saying the water rights still need evaluation? Did I get that correct?
Yeah.
Good.
Would there be anything in those findings that would disqualify them?
So for the record, Miriam Forney, Acquisitions Coordinator, I can't envision that, no.
Great. Okay. Thank you for all the questions. I'll get back to Mark as he was ready to propose a motion. So Mark, are you still interested in proposing that motion?
Yes, Mr. Co-Chair, I am. And just for the sake, I agree with Liza Jane that I think a policy discussion about this would be most helpful, particularly for us new board members. And I really like the idea of Maida, when we are able to get out on the ground, maybe having a tour of going out on the ground and looking at some of this stuff and then following that up with a policy discussion. I know I would learn some things too. So Mr. Co-Chair, I move the board award the funding for the Rainforest Reserve 220-9902 and Trout Creek Preserve 220-9909 as described in item K, including the project specific conditions detailed in attachment C to the land acquisition grant award staff report. These awards will be effective on April 22nd, 2020, and with a requirement to close the transactions by April 22nd, 2023.
Great. All right, I have a motion by Mark. Do I have a second?
Happy to make that second.
All right, I have a second by Jamie. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you very much. All right, we are doing good on time, so I'm going to propose, as long as Maida and the team is okay with it, that we move to agenda item I and continue to move
Jason, but one thing before we do that, we have the other piece to the staff report, which was K1, that also addressed the time extensions for the 2 projects from last year, and there's a motion in your packets around that.
Perfect. Thanks, Eric, for that reminder.
Jason, I'm happy to jump on that if you'd like.
Yep, go ahead, Jamie.
I move the board extend the required transaction closing dates for Tillamook Head project 219-9900 and Mount Hood Oaks project number 219-9901 from October 17th, 2020 to April 17th, 2022.
Great. We have a motion by Jamie. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. Seconded by Randy Labby. Any further discussion? Brenda has her hand up.
I'll wait until this motion is done, Jason.
All right, thanks, Brenda. Okay, so no further discussion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you. Brenda.
I just wanted to follow up on Meg's suggestion that there be a discussion regarding land acquisitions and the potential for ecological importance as a result of restoration that might take some time. And I'd like to have that conversation include thoughts about how to identify areas for acquisition that may not have the ecological values that we want right now, but might in the future given climate change.
Great, thanks for that, Brenda. So yeah, let's make a note. I think we definitely need to follow up, have more conversation about process and policy associated with land acquisition. So Maida, I guess I'll put that in your wheelhouse.
Got it. Thank you very much for that great conversation.
Great. All right, I'll turn it over to my co-chair.
That'd be me. All right. We're at agenda I, which is some more budget review, the agency request for our budget review and approval. And that'll be Maida and Renee presenting.
Renee, do you want me to give just a quick why we're having this conversation and then tee it to you? It seems a little weird to have this conversation in the midst of a budget crisis. And so Renee is going to be walking through the details, but I just want you all to understand that we get how odd this seems to be talking about whether we can bring on additional staff or funding in next biennium. That said, this is the way the process works. Every year or 6 months ahead of a legislative session, we need to put in an agency request budget for the next biennium. Our Renee will go into detail, but our request includes some things that are critical for our agency to continue, and also some things that are priority with our partners in the governor's office. So I would say just put your head into 2 boxes. This absolutely is part of the process. We have full permission from the governor's office, from the chief financial office. They have not limited us on proposing policy option packages. As we move forward and see what the budget looks like, both the governor and the legislature, of course, have every opportunity to say no. But what we don't want to do in this process is say we're not going to ask for anything, have revenues get better, miss an opportunity to keep critical staff on board, or bring on additional resources. And so the process doesn't stop because of the budget crisis, and it's even more important that we're really thoughtful about what we put forward. So I'll turn it to Renee to talk about the details.
Thanks, Maida. For the record, Renee Davis, Deputy Director. So I will walk you through agenda item I, the agency request budget for next biennium, the 2021 to 2023 biennium. And we'll focus on the policy option packages, or POPs, that we'll be including in OWEB's agency request budget. So brief background, this is all included in the staff report. So in terms of how the budgeting process works, yes, we start talking about budget well in advance of the legislative session at which the budget deliberations will be happening. So hence we are coming to you now with POPs after having introduced this back in January to you. So it's a lengthy budget development process. Our current service level, which is essentially our base budget, is something that is recalibrated by Department of Administrative Services, Chief Financial Office, and that is submitted in advance as part of the budgeting process without us needing to attach any specific additional justification to that. Anything, though, that is above and beyond that current service level or CSL, we do need to outline very specifically the kind of how and why behind those budget requests. And those are called policy packages, or POPs. We'll get to those in just a bit. They're all included in attachment B to the staff report. The other piece that happens as part of the standard budgeting process is we are asked to include some level of reduction scenarios, just as kind of a safeguard, if you will. Historically, those have typically been 5 and 10% reduction scenarios. We do not yet have guidance that is different from that, but certainly we will keep you posted if we learn something new as we're moving through the budget process. So pretty standard at this point. The Chief Financial Office released the budget instructions essentially right as COVID was hitting mid-March. We have a multi-step process for state budgeting. We need to have the numbers, the specific financial pieces provided to DAS by late June. We have, though, until September 1st to develop our budget narrative. So essentially a lot of background about the agency, but also the justification for the policy option packages that we'll be talking about shortly. All of that information is provided to Department of Administrative Services and the governor's office, and they essentially spend late summer into the fall assessing and analyzing what all of those agency request budgets look like, and ultimately package those up in the governor's budget, which is usually released around the beginning of December. So that will be essentially what the governor's office and the executive branch has kind of vetted through in terms of the agency request budgets, but they also can add into that any specific requests associated with, for example, governor's priorities. If there are certain key areas that the governor would like to focus on, both in terms of policy and budgets, then those would be included as part of the governor's budget. All of that information is advanced into the legislative session, in this case in 2021, where the rubber meets the road in terms of all of the budgeting decision makings. Only to the degree that specific packages for individual agencies are included in the governor's budget can we then advocate for those during legislative session. So if we include a POP in our agency request budget, it doesn't make it into governor's budget. We would not then be talking with legislative members about that POP. It just simply didn't make it through the process. So what we do each biennium as we are preparing to come to the board to lay out the policy option packages, which will feed into the agency request budget, is really take a look at what are the functions that we currently have in terms of either staff resources or contracted services resources, and how does that match up with what we hope and expect to achieve as an agency in the coming biennium. So that's an analysis that the agency's executive team does each biennium. You'll see part of the foundation of that is included in attachment A to the staff report. It's our agency organizational chart for the current biennium. So that shows you the positions that we currently have available to us. At least in theory. We're going back to Maida's comment about put your brain into kind of two different boxes for different parts of this conversation. This is what we have included in our current staffing resources as part of the biennial budget, which will then tee from for next biennium's budget. So we provide that in terms of context because that helps us to think through what additional resources might we need that we would want to ask for as part of the POPs that we'll talk through shortly. So with that, I'm going to actually have us jump now to attachment B. That is really the meat of this discussion. Just a little bit of orientation to the table that's included in attachment B. So we have this table divided essentially into 3 different sections. The first focuses on really priority agency needs on the operations side. So I'll get into more detail. 2 of the 3 components of this are positions that already exist within the agency and really are critical to us being able to deliver on the grant making and the services that our local partners and our customers expect and really require as part of our role as a grant administrator. The second section of the table focuses still on the operations side, but these are packages that are more aspirational, if you will. So really thinking about longer term strategies and initiatives around water, climate, and working lands. And then the third section of the table focuses more on the grant side of the budget and is a mix of kind of the standard packages that we need to ask for. I'll get into that. And then also creating some space should resources become available for us to have the ability as an agency to accept receipt of those funds for specific targeted activities. So if you look at the table, you'll see, and I'll walk you through each of those 3 sections. On the far right column, you'll see the strategic plan priority to which each of these POPs is attached. And if you go to the last page of attachment B, you'll see the strategic plan priorities laid out, just as a reminder that as part of that functions analysis that we do, we really want to be very explicit about how this does support what you all as a board have identified as those priorities for the 5 to 10 years that the strategic plan covers. So I guess I'll pause there actually before I go into the meat of it and see if you have any kind of orientation questions around process and then how we're presenting these. Okay, not seeing any hands go up, and Liza Jane isn't waving wildly at me. So with that, we'll go into the priority 1 section of the table. So this again focuses on operations and primarily focuses on program continuity. So we have 2 positions listed in the section of the table: Conservation Outcome Specialist and NRS 3. The position has been incredibly important to help us better move from just reporting on some of the more basic restoration metrics around outputs like acres and miles to really what are we seeing by way of changes in ecosystem function and process. One example of some of the work that this position has supported, for those of you who remember the FIP monitoring presentation, the progress monitoring frameworks and the progress tracking reports that were presented at the January board meeting. The position was integral to helping us to actually package up all of that information about what to date have the FIPs accomplished, both in terms of outputs and moving towards some of those ecological outcomes, and what are some of the key lessons learned from that work. The second position is one of our partnership coordinator positions. It's an NRS 4. Again, both of these positions are on staff. They are both limited duration, so we need to ask for them each biennium as long as they are limited duration. This position is one of the ones in the really key team of folks who have been helping to both coordinate at the program level, the Focused Investment Partnership Program, but then working incredibly closely with the local partnerships that are part of the implementation and the development FIPs through time, and also supporting the partnership TA work. And then the third piece in program continuity is focused on contracted services requests. So not a position, but actually contracted services funding for us to partner with Water Resources Department to hire a shared internal auditor position. So in the governor's budget in prep for our current biennium, the governor had proposed that 14 agencies actually receive internal auditor positions, not because we had done anything questionable or wrong, but because of the level of funding that was moving through these agencies. That position for us was removed as part of the budgeting process when the legislature ultimately approved our budget. but nonetheless, in conversations with Water Resources Department, we think that this is actually a very smart investment should resources be available, both in terms of the fiscal aspects of auditing, but also to have someone with that kind of different lens about performance audit opportunities. And just in talking with some of our partner agencies, for example, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, they have an internal auditor position, they have an audit committee, and it has been incredibly helpful for them to be able to identify where they might strengthen some of their processes, and also find some efficiencies in terms of some of the performance auditing. I see Maida came off mute, so she might want to add something.
Just one additional piece to that as a reminder to the board for in the committee process, we've assigned that audit committee function to the executive committee at OWEB. So that will be a part of the new executive committee function. But that committee also generally tends to have outside folks as well. So the audit portion would also include some external folks as well.
Yeah, thanks, Maida. And just for quick clarification, because some folks I realize may be new enough to the board, the reason we are proposing to partner with Water Resources Department is we have extensive shared services arrangements already set up with WRD around information technology, IT support, around human resources, payroll. So we have a long-standing, very positive collaborative relationship with WRD, and we think this is just another opportunity to build on that. So then if you go to page 2 of the attachment, we're moving into priority 2 POPs. So these are, again, more of the kind of strategic, more aspirational initiatives. The first POP request is a combined position request for an operations and policy analyst 4. So same level as, for example, Courtney Schaff, Eric Hartstein, that would have kind of a dual focus, if you will, on water vision, but also climate change initiatives. So really helping to be able to support and assist with coordination as we, in a very hopeful way, look towards phase 2 of the water vision. We have made great progress in scoping what some of those opportunities might be, ranging from funding coordination to data integration among agencies and other partners. And to have a position where we could really devote some of that time to some of those key collaborative efforts would be fantastic. In addition, we do also remain hopeful that federal stimulus dollars will be made available in the coming years. And water infrastructure, both natural and built, is a very, very smart investment for federal stimulus dollars like that. So a position such as this could be incredibly helpful to the state in successfully securing some of those dollars and putting them on the ground quite effectively. The other piece to this position is around climate change initiatives. This ranges from the board climate committee that Bruce referenced when he was talking earlier about the great work that we know we will eventually do on climate, to some of the specific charges that the agency has around the governor's executive order that was released in March related to climate change. So having a fairly high level policy position to be able to help move forward both of those climate and water priorities is quite prudent from our perspective in terms of an ask for next biennium. I see Bruce raised his hand. Do we want to go ahead and check in now on that question?
Yes.
Go ahead, Bruce.
Thanks, Renee. When we look at proposed funding source and it says lottery funds, are we asking for additional lottery funds than our statutory allocation that we receive, or is this just permission to how we use the lottery funds that we receive?
So I'll respond. Maybe you can back clean up if you like. So Bruce, all of these policy option package requests are above our current service level, first of all. So this wouldn't be trading some existing position. This would be additional to an existing position, or all of the positions that are part of our current service level package. One piece that you said is key. there need to be resources available for these additional requests. So in the event that, as Maida said, lottery revenues come back gangbusters, especially as we look towards next biennium, it very well could be that we are perfectly well covered in terms of current service level, and there is space to add in new positions such as this one. If that does not happen, then we would be hard pressed to make any case for this, given that current service level is covered first with the lottery distributions that we receive.
Yeah, that agreeing with Renee, and I'll add in one other piece that just crossed my mind as she was talking about in particular, the water vision position. So we want you guys to know, again, we've tried to be really thoughtful in framing these. So as an example, back in January, we were talking about 2 water vision positions being funded in the 2020 legislative session, and 2 or 3, Renee, climate.
2, I believe.
Yeah, so our original conversations pre-coronavirus were 4 positions, 2 focused on water, 2 focused on climate, to really carry that water vision forward at a high level, to focus on natural working lands. Those really, in this budget situation, those proposals would not be looked upon, I think, favorably. But we also know that this is of critical importance to the board. Both of these topics, they're of importance to the governor's office. And so I just want you to understand that we ended up in a different space, I think, than we were talking to about in January, but we still feel it's important enough to raise and at least keep these kind of things on the legislature's radar. And I see Jamie also.
Yeah, no surprise also on this topic. But in terms of the initial intro, Renee, that you did, and you're talking about, it sounds like 2 or 3 steps. One, the critical agency needs and the basic continuity, and then the full continuity, or including the long-term strategic initiatives that we're talking about right now. And then that third piece be future expanded programs as aspirational programs. But I'm trying to nuance a bit between distinguishing a budget request for expanded activities versus some basic planning. So I would propose that we look at level 1 being the critical agency needs and basic continuity you were talking about, as well as potentially some adaptive planning for the future. And then I see the work that's being proposed under priority 2 in the section you're just talking about as being the coordination on future planning. But I'm assuming that as part of our core services, we're still incorporating at least an adaptive planning concept. So it's not staffing doing all these different projects, but it's still the conversations moving forward. And it ties very much in with what we've said at several different items during today about these challenging times being an opportunity to reflect on what we're doing and thinking about ways we could be incorporating some of these things that are going on around us, whether we talk about them or not, incorporate them into our work. So I'm just trying to nuance out, it's not kind of an all or nothing, or are you saying this is an all or nothing with regard to climate issues and water planning issues? My assumption is we're still going to be having some strategic adaptive planning for the future conversations while we're going through this time, because that would hopefully we'd be able to handle that under some of the current staffing loads, or is that, if you could just clarify that point.
This is Maida. I can speak to that. So yes, for example, we plan to continue. I'll be leading the water committee. Renee will be leading the climate committee, having those conversations about what we want the future to look like. The difference is OWEB was leading these initiatives at a very high level with temporary additional staff, with contracting dollars, with a whole bunch of resources so that we could build some pretty big systems to move these forward. And that is just not going to be possible, but we absolutely don't want to put down the conversations during this time.
Understood. That, thank you for that clarification. That was my understanding, but I wanted to confirm that. Thank you.
I see Alan has a question.
Yes, Alan Henning for the record. This question or suggestion might be a step further removed from the subject at hand right now, the POPs, but we tie the POPs to the OWEB strategic plan priorities. And when we developed the strategic plan, we were in a totally different world at that particular point in time. And I'm wondering if, in fact, there's importance for us to really, maybe through a special session or the subcommittee or maybe the executive committee, to revisit the strategic plan priorities, considering where we are today versus where we were before COVID-19. And I know, like I said in the beginning, this is a step removed from what we're focused on right now. And I support the proposed POPs as laid out. I just think that since POPs are tied to, and all of our work is tied to strategic plan priorities, it may be important for us to revisit them and, if need be, adjust the priorities a bit. That brings us to the base we're at now.
Yeah, so Alan, this is Maida. I'm gonna give kind of two sides of my thinking on this. I appreciate you raising it, and I'm with you. I don't want to take us too far afield, but you just said my favorite words, and that was strategic plan. So I'm gonna jump in. I think two things I would put. One, as I said earlier in the day, you know, this is a chance for us to reimagine the things that we are best at, to look at efficiencies, to look at, you'll hear about the farm worker program and the amazing work that staff are doing there. My caution would be our strategic plan was designed to weather a lot of things. Like when we set it up, it was 10 years and we said, this is a ship direction, not an annual work plan. And so what I would ask us to do, thinking over the coming year, is start to get in mind, and we're going to be asking staff to do the same thing, thinking about, you know, as we go through a crisis like this, it's an opportunity to really find what you're best at, what you excel at, where you need to improve, where you need to focus your time and your efforts. And then I think I would say maybe a year from now, we come back and check that against the strategic plan to say, okay, is that still the guiding direction? I will say the work that was put into that, and as broad as the plan is, I think we'll find that it's still generally representative, but I would give us a little bit of space, because when you saw that spike down, going back to my budget presentation this morning, it's a fiscal drop off. It's, you know, I say this, I shouldn't, it's like a Thelma and Louise drop off in our lottery revenues. And there's a climb back up. And so I also want us to be careful that we understand that while moving forward is going to be different, I think different in maybe a good way. And so giving this year for us to reflect and to really think about what we're best at and where we want to focus, and then coming back and visiting the plan. Also, just from another kind of pure staffing perspective, the challenge of trying to open that up right now. I think, again, if we can ask us in committees to think about it over the next year and then see what we might want to open back up as we enter into the new biennium. But thrilled, Ellen, that you're thinking about it. I do think there's always opportunity that comes with big challenges like this.
Okay, seeing no other questions, I'll move to the second part of priority 2 in the table. So still in the operations realm, though, more around strategic initiatives. So this is a new ask for technical support for the coordinated streamside management work. So this is the SIA work, sorry, strategic implementation areas work that we are engaged with in a highly collaborative fashion with Oregon Department of Agriculture, also with Department of Environmental Quality and Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. So there are the Strategic Implementation Area SIA Technical Assistance Grants to really do that necessary planning, landowner engagement, technical design to get to projects that really have a targeted ability to address agricultural water quality issues. The coordinated streamside management kind of umbrella component to that is bringing all 4 agencies together, though, to ensure that monitoring does underlie all of this work. So really close coordination with Department of Environmental Quality in particular on the monitoring. As we've been doing the SIA work and the coordinated streamside management over the last few years, we've definitely uncovered that there is kind of still a technical gap. DEQ staff, ODFW staff, ODA staff are stepping up absolutely to the maximum degree that they can. Those agencies do have their own workloads that they're balancing that bring lots of different demands. And so our request here is to add a natural resources specialist 3 to help provide some of that technical support that would bridge from the interagency monitoring discussions and help kind of tear that down, bring that down to local partners some of which are less familiar with monitoring and need more of an ability to kind of come up to speed, have some guidance on how effective monitoring is structured, and to really provide that connective tissue between the agencies and the local partners, given the importance of the monitoring component to the Coordinated Streamside Management Initiative. So I will now move us to page 3 of the attachment. This focuses on the grant side of our budget, separate from the operations side. So I'll start by touching on creating some space to receive funds if those become available for the Oregon Agricultural Heritage Program, and then I'll move into others that are more broadly connected to a range of different grant offerings that the agency has. So the first item is additional grant funds specifically for the Ag Heritage Program, OAHP. We're asking for other funds limitations. So to actually be able to receive funds, whether those are federal funds, other funds, we have to have permission from the legislature to actually take in those dollars. And so should these funds become available from other fund sources that are yet to be determined next biennium, we would have the space within our our legislatively approved budget to bring in those resources that then could be used for OAHP grants associated with succession planning, conservation management plans, and working lands, covenants, and easements. So we're estimating that that would be a $5 million placeholder. I don't expect that that will change before we submit agency request budget. But again, that is an estimate at this point. Moving to the second.
Jump in.
Yep,
So I want to give a little bit more context as to why we're doing this piece. So we had a conversation with the Oregon Agriculture Heritage Commission. The ask that was in this last legislative session in 2020 was for $5 million for the program out of general fund, which is how it should be funded. And so that initially, again, in January for you all, our request was going to be $10 million for the full biennium of general fund to run this program, including 2 staff people, which is what the program needs and how it should operate. So I want to be crystal clear that this is not what the program needs. However, again, given the budget challenges, the conversation that we had with the Agricultural Heritage Commission is we need to keep this conversation in front of the legislature. We need them to understand the importance of the program, why we have it, why it's relevant, what it can be used for. To Liza Jane's points earlier, let's be putting working land easements on working lands to keep them as working lands where it makes sense. The only way we felt we could do that and be cognizant of the severe budget challenges the state is going to have. So general fund, we may come back a lot sooner than general fund. General fund is payroll taxes, right? Corporate taxes. That's going to take a long while to come back. We could keep this conversation on the table without asking the legislature for any money. What we're asking them for is their approval to go out and seek money from foundations, from others, to bring it into the state and let the state run the program that we know how to do. And so our hope is that what this does is provide the vessel to be able to insert dollars without asking the legislature to pull money out of its checkbook, with the goal of coming back to them in future biennia to have the state fund this program. So just wanted to give you the context. It is not our preference to be taking this approach, nor is it the commission's, but they did sign off on this recommendation.
Okay. Moving next to carry forward. So this is simply an approval to, from this biennium into next biennium, literally carry forward dollars that are non-lottery dollars. So federal funds and other grant funds that have been awarded but are not yet fully expended. So we, for example, will award a grant with $1 million of PCSRF funds, but that grant may be big and complicated and take a while to actually close out. So those funds need to still be available to that grant. So it's the ability to carry those forward into next biennium. So we have a TBD amount. As we get closer to end of June, Cindy will provide a final number that we will submit for the carry forward amount. Just in terms of context, last year, the funding level for this particular line item in our agency request budget was $16 million. So 15 million of federal funds, about 1 million of other funds. Those could be things like salmon license plate or the Pacific States Marine Fisheries Commission dollars that we talked about earlier for the IMW. I see Molly raising her hand. Oh, nope. Okay. So that is a very standard package that we request, simply that ability to not lose those dollars when we come to the end of the biennium. And then the next two packages are requesting the ability to have some of that additional limitation. The first is for federal funds. So this is something that we have asked for in the past. Should federal funds become available for certain targeted programs, I'll use the example that's included in the staff report of when Natural Resources Conservation Service made some funding available to provide local technical assistance and capacity support. They asked us to serve as grant administrator for those dollars. So in the event that another opportunity like that would come up, just in a little bit, Courtney Schaff will be walking you through an opportunity with Bureau of Land Management that could fall into this category too. We want to have the space in our budget to be able to accept those. Again, this amount is to be determined, partly because you will be hearing from Courtney in just a bit about this BLM opportunity, and we want to make sure that this funding number is targeted correctly. And then the last one, again, thinking of OWEB in this role of a grant administrator, it's asking for other funds limitation for grant funds that might become available for targeted habitat restoration. In this case, we have two likely fund sources that could provide that beginning in the next biennium. The first is through discussions with PacifiCorp. We have been identified as the grant administrator for about $6 million that could be made available for water quality related restoration activities in the Upper Klamath Basin associated with PacifiCorp's settlement dollars around dam removal on the main stem Klamath River. The second is Idaho Power Company. This would probably be around $1 million of funding that could be available next biennium, also as part of a settlement agreement associated with the Hells Canyon complex of dams. And it would be targeted for water quality improvements and native salmon habitat restoration in the Malheur and Owyhee basins in Eastern Oregon. So at this point, we're expecting to request $7 million of other fund limitation for these two programs. So that, other than the final page, which outlines the strategic plan priorities, that brings us to the end of the ARB POPs discussion. Happy to answer any questions that folks have not already asked. Maida.
So just one thing I'll add, because if I was a board member, I'd be sitting here right now saying, why are we bringing in other funds and federal funds when we don't have any staff, which we do, which with limited staff to manage those programs. So this will come up also when Courtney presents later. Agenda item O, which we sent to you guys late breaking last Friday. So check your email if you don't have it in front of you. It was an agenda item that was sent by Courtney on Friday. In those cases where we're bringing in other fund dollars from PacifiCorp or BLM dollars, we are always in conversation about what it costs to run those programs. So indirect costs for the agency. Those things by themselves do not fix our budget hole, but what they do, indirects get earned as grant payments go out. So what that does is over the course of a month might provide us just that extra little piece of funding that can help keep things a little bit more stable. So as you see these other things, we are also working with our partners to charge indirects for the staffing side.
And I guess, Maida, one thing I would add, and thanks for flagging that, I was remiss in noting that in the discussions around what Courtney will discuss with you related to BLM and also certainly with the Klamath dollars, in those conversations, there is a fairly seamless opportunity to blend that into our existing grant making processes. And that has, even prior to the very serious budget challenges that we are facing now, prior to that, when we were in discussions, for example, with PacifiCorp and other partners, thinking through what would this kind of staffing overhead, the kind of cost of standing up a program that is very different from ours, and bringing that into our decision-making process. These dollars can fairly seamlessly roll into things like open solicitation processes that exist. So there certainly is less complexity attached to those processes. So other questions or comments? Jamie?
I apologize if you already touched on this, but when with potentially other funds coming in, there's often a match associated with them. Is that going to bump any priority levels in terms of what we're talking about, or how is that going to impact what we're talking about right now?
No, in the case of, this is Maida for the record, I've been forgetting to say that, in the case of the funds that we're talking about, we do not have any specific match requirement. And many of them we're doing in terms of a cooperative agreement or some other mechanism that does not require match.
Okay, are there any other questions? Discussion? Well, I would, the chairs would entertain a motion at this time.
Liza Jane, this is Jason for the record. I move the board approve the budget proposal found in attachment B of the staff report for inclusion in OWEB's 2021-2023 agency request budget.
The motion has been received. Do I have a second?
Yeah, second.
Thank you, Meg. Any other further discussion? All right, turn on off your mute. And I ask for all those in favor to signify by saying yes.
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 Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. All right, so just for a process, we did skip our break. I was hoping the board would be okay with that because we're well ahead of schedule. We've got about a half an hour left for agenda item J moving forward. So but before we move into agenda item J, does anyone need a quick break?
Well, and Jason, I might add, we sent out on Friday to you all a late breaking agenda item O.
Oh, yes.
So you have about 45 to 50 minutes of additional presentations. So I'll just put that into Jason's question for you about a break.
A short break would be nice, Jason.
All right, how about we do 5 minutes short break and get back on here at 2 o'clock.
Could we do 8?
Or 8 minutes, yes, but that's what I meant to say. 2 o'clock, yes.
Great.
All right, thanks.
Hey, Eric, are you trying to put it in slideshow present mode? From beginning. I can't. Ugh, come on, Eric.
Courtney, you're not muted. Do you want to be?
No, I'm trying to talk to Eric and walk him through sharing his PowerPoint, but he keeps trying to call me instead.
I'm here.
Okay. I have to use my phone, Eric, for the Zoom because otherwise I get feedback from YouTube.
Okay.
So try again.
So, okay, so I'm gonna go, and I can just use the PDF. This isn't working.
Eric, are you trying to jump it? All you have to do, unshare your screen. And then go to your PowerPoint.
Yeah.
Start it. Like you're gonna present.
Okay.
And then can you jump back over to the Zoom?
No, it just goes right over to my other screen. So I have like 2 screens of PowerPoint.
Oh. Hold on, I can fix it. Let me come over. Have you tried presenter view? Yeah. Here, I got it here.
Okay, is everybody kind of coming back?
Jason, Maida, and Eric are working through a technical issue potentially. They
We're
may
back.
have okay.
We're good. We're here.
Okay, perfect.
All right, so Jason, if you're ready, I might just start real quick.
Yep, let's get going.
All right. So for the record, Maida Lofsgarden, Eric is going to talk about how phenomenal and amazing this program is. So I'm going to leave that piece to him. I just wanted to start before Eric presents and talk a little bit about our staff team who are working on this. So this is a team who on the Thursday and Friday before Memorial Day weekend, found out that they would be immediately reassigned to the next Tuesday to start a brand new program for the state without any forewarning. We were still at that point in time trying to even figure out if it was legal for OWEB to run the program. So we were all running on the fly. That staff, the team, and Eric can walk through who the team is. The team jumped in, said, absolutely, yes, we will do this. And in a matter of 2.5 weeks, our staff stood up a program from scratch that had only been talked about for a week and a half before that by other agencies. Stood up a program from scratch with a full application process and all of the components. And what we've received to date is nothing but good feedback from the producers. It went live yesterday. And so I just want to note, because I know Eric does not toot his own horn, or probably his team wouldn't either, but this is no small feat that this group did, being thrown into a program. Again, having a weekend's notice that this was going to be their new job for the next 6 months. I am absolutely blown away by the caliber and quality of this team and what they've been able to put together. So with that, Eric, I'll turn it over to you to talk about how cool the program is.
Great. Thank you, Maida, for the kind words. For the records, Eric Hartstein, good afternoon, co-chairs, members of the board. So yeah, this is a program, the Food Security and Farm Worker Safety Program that you've heard a little bit about today. That is definitely out of OWEB's traditional wheelhouse when it comes to grant programs. But I think I can speak for everybody on the team that, you know, it's one that we're excited to participate on, and really frankly honored, because it is something that we think will help keep farm workers safe and ensure that our local food supply chain runs smoothly. So on the graphic here, we have the logo for the program. And I'd like to point out that was designed by Gresham Kirchner with OWEB staff, and the rest of the team is Jillian McCarthy, Audrey Hatch, and Kobe Menton. And I'd be remiss if I didn't also point out that we've had several other OWEB staff in the last couple of weeks step up and help this program really get off the ground. So a little bit of background on the program. So we've learned that there are about 8,000 farms in Oregon that hire at least one worker. And traditionally, these farm workers often work and live in close contact with one another. And these are conditions that we've also unfortunately learned are ones that are ripe to spread coronavirus. So in response, Oregon OSHA has adopted some temporary rules for agricultural operations that require farmers and ranchers that provide housing for farm workers to create physical distancing within their housing units, to add additional field sanitation units, those would be your porta potties, hand washing stations, and also maintain safe distances in employer provided transportation. These rules were adopted in late April and have resulted in a nearly immediate cost to agricultural producers that are starting the season right now. So the Federal CARES Act provides funding to resources. It provides resources to states in response to COVID-19. And in Oregon, part of the funding has been dedicated to help secure the food supply chain and protect essential agricultural workers. The total amount of CARES Act funding dedicated for these purposes is $30 million and $16 million for the food security and farm worker safety program. So that's the 16 million comes out of that 30 million, just to be clear. So we're working closely with partners that are more traditional for OWEB, including the Department of Agriculture and the governor's office with this. but also really some new ones for OWEB that includes the Oregon Housing and Community Services, Oregon Health Authority, and Oregon OSHA, among others. And they've been phenomenal to work with. So to provide some details on the grant program that will be providing assistance, there's really three buckets that we're looking at here. The first bucket is farm worker housing, and that's a $10 million element of the program. So this will provide assistance to agricultural producers that provide housing to farm workers that have needed to make adjustments to their housing based on the OSHA temporary rules on housing. And the program will provide assistance to agricultural producers that incur expenses related to modifying existing housing to provide safe lodging for farm workers in compliance with the rules. Two, assistance to producers that want to bring on additional housing units, for example, RVs or trailers that will provide lodging to farm workers. And the third component would be to utilize hotels or motels where either the producer cannot modify existing housing or is unable to bring on alternative housing to the farm. The second component of the program is field sanitation, and this is we have $5 million dedicated to this element of the program, and it provides assistance to producers to comply with the OSHA rules to get extra field sanitation units out for farm workers during the harvest season. As noted earlier, these are your portable toilets and hand washing stations, and the financial assistance here is really around the cost of renting these units during the harvest season. And I could tell you just in this first couple of days, this has been a big push for the program. We've seen a lot of interest in this. And the last piece is the farm worker transportation bucket, and that's we've reserved $1 million for this element, and this provides assistance for agricultural producers that are keeping physical distancing within the employer provided transportation. So farm workers going from one field to the next or between housing in the fields. With the new temporary rules, there may be cases where you may have to do extra trips or provide additional vehicles for farm workers to be moving safely. And some important dates for the program. So June 1st was the enforcement date of the temporary rules for farm worker housing, field sanitation, transportation. And so we know that that producers are already incurring expenses, and potentially even before this June 1st date, as they were getting ready to comply with the rules during the month of May. So we know there's a big pent-up demand for this program. And second bullet there is June 10th, and so it's yesterday, and this is the application live date. And I checked just a few minutes ago, and we had 23 applications submitted as of, so from yesterday to this afternoon, 23 applications, and expect to be receiving many more as the days and weeks progress. But I think we're off to a pretty good start with that number. And then the final date here is October 25th, and that's the date that the temporary rules expire from OSHA. So we are asking the producers to provide all the receipts and invoices that they accumulate through the season, either on or before this date, as it will mark the end of the program. So finally, just want to direct board members to the website here. Gretchen did a fantastic job building it. It's very user-friendly, really informative. And I will stop and take any questions on the program that the board may have.
Great, thanks, Eric. Any questions from the board members? Bruce.
Thanks, Eric. It looks like a great program. I'm just curious, how many of your staff are bilingual?
Yeah, Bruce, for the record, Eric Hartstein. I don't think any of our staff are bilingual, is the answer.
But luckily, this is Maida Lofsgarden for the record, many of our partners are. And so we've been able to get materials translated sometimes within 2 hours, into other languages. We're working right now on both Spanish and Russian translations. But yes, it is, it's one of the things where I'm thrilled that we have such good partners who are joining us. And the other great thing is our partners at Oregon Health and Oregon Housing have amazing relationships with the migrant farm worker community, those who represent that community. And there's another program that we're not running, that our partners are running, that's specifically directed toward the farm worker themselves. So they may show up and a farmer has decided because of the OSHA rules, they just can't provide housing at all. At that point in time, the producer isn't coming to us for housing, but the migrant farm worker may be going through one of our partners to get a hotel reimbursement. So there are other components of this program designed to really provide wraparound services for those workers.
Jamie.
Yeah, just say thanks for the presentation. And Eric, while I fully appreciate this assignment was not sought, I can tell you it gives me a huge sense of confidence in having yourself and other OWEB members of the team working on this, because it's such an important project. And just to say that Meta mentioned some of the partners, you mentioned some of the traditional government partners. Let's talk offline. I'd be happy to connect you with some non-traditional partners who are community-based organizations throughout the state who would love to know about this project and work with you and help you on that. Everything from translation to really help you connect with folks who work directly, provide services in the field. So let's, I'll share my phone number. Let's talk offline on that, but appreciate you guys stepping up on this. It's such a critically important project, and I'm glad there are now resources, because this has been a huge need in our state for a long time.
Great, thank you, Jamie.
Great. Liza Jane.
Thank you, Jason. Just want to share an experience I had, I think last week, where I believe it was Department of Ag, or it could have been Farm Bureau, sent out notice that they had antibacterial lotions and masks for addressing these rules, and those were available right away, but not for all the counties. And when I followed up on that, so I could have some of that in my farm stand, they invited me to drive 2.5 hours to Pendleton to pick them up. So just please remember about the whole state as we move forward. And that's my comment.
Thank you for raising that, Liza Jane, because we actually had a conversation this morning about that first distribution. So it was through ODA and their partners, that first distribution, and the fact that they might actually be able to access some additional personal protective equipment. And so we will relay back to them. We meet every morning with the governor's office and our partner agencies. So we'll relay back to them tomorrow the fact that maybe we can think about some different ways for them to distribute. Definitely for our program, one of the things that Eric and I talked about is not drilling too far into the details for you all, but to Liza Jane's point, one of the concerns we had about this program is you have berries going right now and winter vegetables. You're going to have apples, you're going to have pears, you're going to have, I got cherries out of order, you're going to have cherries before that. And then later in the fall, you look at things, or into the fall, you look at things like potatoes and onions, watermelon, And one of the concerns was, are we going to run out of money before we get to those later season crops? And so I need to give Eric and his crew and our partners again credit. They've designed a system that lets us run the money all the way through the season so we don't miss out on some of those, particularly Eastern Oregon counties who are harvesting later. And then whatever money is left at the end of the season will be redistributed across those folks who went over the cap. And so we're really trying to be thoughtful in our program of making sure that it is available all year and not just right at the beginning of the year, so we don't run into the same issue.
Great, thanks, Maida. Anything else for Eric? All right, thanks once again, Eric, for the great work and the presentation.
Thanks, Jason.
All right, I'll turn it back over to Liza Jane.
Thank you. We have an agenda item O. Was everybody able to and receive this agenda item O about the money from the BLM? If you didn't, will you let Courtney know and she can get that to you?
At this point, will you let April know, because Courtney will be presenting it to you?
Oh,
oh, but you know I can multitask, everybody. So come on.
Thank you, Courtney.
So I might
at one point.
Oh, go ahead, Courtney.
No, go ahead, Maida.
So for the record, Maida Lofsgaard, and again, I'll just do a brief tee up of this with a huge thanks to Courtney. This is a very late breaking bit of information and funding that will be coming to OWEB, including indirect dollars. So not that we're begging for those, but it's always helpful. And Courtney was able to, I think in a matter of a week, working with Bureau of Land Management, get to a place where we thought we could have a successful program. And so she's going to talk to you about the details in the motion that we'll be asking for from you all today. So thank you, Courtney.
Great. Okay, for the record, Courtney Schaff. And I will say it didn't all happen just in a week. About a year and a half ago, BLM approached OWEB with the concept of what we're talking about today in agenda item O. And at that time, it just didn't work out. And so we tabled the conversation if it would work out again in the future. So then about 2 weeks ago, I got another email from BLM saying, we think it's ready now. Can you submit an application by the first week of June? So that, so we began some internal conversations, being really cognizant of the staffing challenges that we are going into right now, and thinking about how this would complement other programs we've done in the past. As a couple people have mentioned today, last year we coordinated with NRCS and received some funding from NRCS to do something similar to this. So after some internal conversations, we did in quick order decide to submit 3 separate applications to BLM. It is 3 separate applications because what we are discussing is 3 separate agreements, one for the Northwest region of BLM, which would cover OWEB's regions 1 and 3, one to the Southwest region, which would cover OWEB's region 2, and one to the Eastern region, which would cover OWEB regions 4, 5, and 6. So these would be 3 separate agreements that could last up to 3 years. And then each agreement would be just shy of $1 million. And I want to emphasize that these are for aquatic restoration projects. So they are very specific for the types of projects, and it would be for both restoration as well as for technical assistance projects. So we submitted these applications, and then what I want to take a moment to explain is what this program would look like. These funds would not be incorporated into OWEB's open solicitation grant program, which is why we, again, had to do some thought about how we would incorporate them into OWEB's program with being aware of reduced staffing. BLM has existing project prioritization processes in each of these regions, and they develop projects annually with local partners. It's just that this is how I explain it to myself in conversations, they don't have the right color of money. to get and right processes in place to get the money on the ground to their local partners. And so again, like NRCS has in the past, look to OWEB as a partner to help get these projects on the ground. So we would annually be receiving project lists from BLM, and then would work with BLM and those local partners to execute grant agreements. And then OWEB staff would manage those grant agreements as we would any other projects that we have on the ground. I will stop there before, actually, and then I will go to page 2 of the staff report, then shows what the 5 projects that are teed up for what we would call phase 1. One project in the Northwest region, 2 projects in the Southwest region, and 2 projects in the Eastern region that are ready now if we do receive these funds and can execute the projects onto the ground. I do want to just point out really quickly that 2 of these projects on these lists do have interactions with other OWEB grants. The second project on the list, Walker Creek Culvert, was actually also funded through the open solicitation grant program awards that you made earlier today. And that project does list these BLM funds as potential match. And so OWEB would work internally to figure out the process, how to continue to match these funds if these agreements move forward. And then Sheep Creek, the last project on the list, project partners through the Grand Ron Focused Investment Program are doing work in Sheep Creek. And so this work would complement existing focused investment work. So the application was submitted. We are in continued conversations with BLM staff to work through the review process and other to be determined logistics, and we'll notify you guys in the future when we hear back about the receipt of these funds. So any questions?
I don't see any questions.
Quiet.
Yeah. No, I think that's really good news. Why would we question? I think I think you're asking and needing a board action on this to approve that.
That is correct. We need board approval to receive the funds if we are successful in our applications.
Okay, so if we don't have any other questions, the chair would entertain a motion to approve.
Liza Jane, this is Jason. I'll make the motion to approve of receiving the funds.
I'll second it.
Seconded by Jamie. Everybody off mute. And I'll ask all those in support to signify by saying yes.
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 Any no's? Okay, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jason, I would like you to make note of the time.
Wonderful job, Liza Jane. Maida, do we have any additional closing business before we adjourn for today?
Yes, we do have a 55-minute presentation that we'll be giving, just so that Liza Jane doesn't end early. Welcome you all to stick around for that. It does have a board action. I do not have anything specific. What I would like to say is just a huge thank you to the board for staying with us through both the April board meeting and this, and subsequent conversations with the co-chairs. I so appreciate their guidance and advice as we were building this to have something that made sense for you all to consider. So thanks to Liza Jane, Jason, and Randy for your help, and just a huge appreciation to the board and to the staff who helped put these proposals together. So thank you.
Great.
I would also like to add, Jason, I learned today that Oregon has the highest rate of confirmed cases of COVID today since the beginning of this train wreck. So I hope all of you will bear down and continue to stay safe, and so that we all make it through this in good shape.
Great. Thanks, Liza Jane. All right. If there's no other new business, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone, for your patience, tough deliberations, and comments today. And stay safe. Have a good weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye for now.